Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. It is grand final day here, and it's a beautiful Sunday. And of course, joining me is our wonderful two shoutcasters, JJ-kun and Contra. Of course, my name is Danielle. But gentlemen, welcome to grand finals.
Yeah, we are now here, and I'm just really excited to see all the practices that the fruition of the practices that they've done for the past week. It's been a week since the group stages, so I just want to see the action right now. How about you, Contra?
Well, I'm extremely excited to witness the battle here in the playoff runs for the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitationals. We have two representatives from BNK48, one from CGM 48 as well as Manila 48. So, of course, let's get on with the schedule.
Of course, so for people that didn't manage to catch the games last week, here are our playoff teams. We have Very from BNK48, Yummy Remote from BNK48, Padayon from MNL48, and of course, we have SteZie representing CGM48. These are our top 4 teams that have come in from our group stage last week. And boy, oh boy, do we have some very strong contenders in these girls.
Right, and of course, this is going to be the playoffs bracket that we have for today. Of course, for semifinals, match 1 is going to be SteZie and Yummy Remote. For the semifinal match 2, it's going to be Padayon and Very. As you can see, Very came in from group stage day 1, and SteZie is as well. And then we shuffled it down so that those who won on day 1 will be fighting off on day 2, and then we will be moving on to our grand finals, which we still don't know which are going to be, fighting off each other, because we still have to wait for the first 2 matches of the semifinals. And then whoever's going to be winning that would be the grand finals winner. Isn't that exciting?
It is, and you know what? This time there's no lower brackets or so it's about getting all the way into the championship bracket with the grand final. So we're going to start off today here with SteZie going against Yummy Remote, where we will expect a lot of intense action coming in from all our players. And we got to keep an eye on a few notable names such as May, especially when she plays that Absol. And not forgetting some clutch plays coming from Panda as well as Jip. And both of all these teams will be meeting each other here. SteZie will start the very first round here on our afternoon run against Yummy Remote. And later on, we have Padayon of MNL48 to challenge against BNK48's Very. So it's going to be really spicy, but I want to hear your thoughts on how this one's going to go down.
I mean, I think a lot of us, at least all 3 of us, agree that we're kind of hoping to see some new Pokemon make their way into these lineups, right? Because something that we noticed last weekend was that these teams were predominantly running the same lineups for all of their matches. We only saw a little bit of change, but who knows? It's going to be down to the players. Although JJ, he has done some research, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. But speaking of research, if you yourselves, our viewers, are looking into getting into competitive Pokemon Unite, this might be the chance for you, because this is an official online tournament that's going to be happening in February. It's the Winter Tournament, and we've already had the Japanese version of this player. I believe this was last weekend, and we already saw some fantastic plays from there. But I'm very curious to see what the rest of the world has to show off in the Winter Tournament. JJ-kun, I know you're really looking forward to this. I know you were talking in Discord to all of us about it, but man, I'm so excited about this Winter Tournament.
Yeah, I am as well, because it's a really high competitive tournament where everyone, well, a lot from Asia, can play on this tournament. So it's really going to showcase who's perhaps the best in the region, and really just high-level plays. We have been expecting a lot of top teams as well in each region to fight off on the Winter Tournament. So I'm just really excited to see this as well.
Yeah, and this is going to, of course, have a whole lot more things installed for all the trainers out there who wants to get good. So yeah, I'm definitely excited for the Winter Tournament.
So anyone that wants to join in, you have until the 24th of January to sign up, so do that right now. But we're going to move on from the Winter Tournament because we're going to focus on the tournament that's happening right now, the Pokémon UNITE AKB48 group. Oh my gosh, it's a grand finals day, Contra. I really can't keep it in. And we've got a really exciting lineup starting off the day as well because it's SteZie going up against Yummy Remote. We saw SteZie, they were part of Group A. They blew the competition away in their group, right? And it makes me wonder, is SteZie the strongest team competing today?
They might be, though they may have not had the cleanest of runs. We did see them going to on mobile occasion, but when challenges arise, there are moments where they looked like they lost a little bit of that momentum that they always had, and they relied a lot on the Absol plays that's coming from May. But hey, I guess we just have to find out what's in store for us as they had 1 week to prepare.
Speaking of the team, or at least the girls, we're going to actually talk to them very quickly before we jump into the match. So before anything, let's hop on over and firstly introduce SteZie. Hi SteZie, good afternoon. Hi ladies, so I do believe we're gonna just try and get this audio fixed, but while we're getting the audio fixed, can you show me how excited you are?
Oh, they definitely are excited. I can see their energy, and of course, we'll get the mic sorted in a little bit. I'm pretty sure that they prepared a lot for a week to get to this stage of the playoffs. So I really do wonder, what have they done for practice?
I think we're still gonna try and get this audio fixed.
Oh, we can hear you now.
They're there! Hi, we can hear you now!
Hi! Oops, sorry, I guess we lost them for a little bit, but don't worry, Danily. I believe we'll.
I think we got a
get
Rotom.
The sound sorted out a
on the
little bit.
loose.
Oh yeah, Pokemon probably have silenced them for a bit, but hey,
Hello.
we'll get that out of the way. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Okay, can we introduce ourselves again?
Sure.
Of course.
Hello, we are SteZie.
Hello, my name is Kaning.
Hello, I'm Phasai.
Hi, I'm May. Hello, I'm Khaiwan.
Hello, I'm Kyla.
It's great to see you all once again, and it's been 1 week since you've all been playing in the group stages. Now you're in the playoffs. It's an exciting time, and I want to find out on what have you girls been doing throughout the week, and how hard did you guys practice?
Actually, we came out with a lot of plans, but we didn't have much time to practice because we have like online class and also exam too. But we trained it really hard, so hope we did good today.
I see. I really do hope that all of you will be, prepared for what's to come. So, Danily, any sort of questions that you want to ask Team SteZie before they head into the stadium?
Okay, SteZie, I want to ask you quickly, of all the teams playing, who do you think is the strongest team competing today?
I think all of them. They
All
are
of
really
them?
good, and we're kind of, yes, we're really nervous right now.
Okay,
don't
thank
worry.
you so much, SteZie. We'll let you prepare
Thank
for your
you.
match, Contra. I think it's time for us to introduce our team that's going to be their opponents for today.
All right. Let's head over to Yummy Remote. Hi, Yummy
Hello.
Remote. Hi, can
ส
you
วัสดี
introduce
ค่ะ
yourself once again?
Yes Hello we are Yummy Remote Hello my name is น้ำใส Hello my name is ไข่มุก Hi I'm Jane Hello I'm Janice Hello I'm Kate Nice to meet you
Oh,
guys
it's-
again
Yeah, it's nice to meet you once more. And, it's been a week and it's great for us to catch up once again. So, how's your week been? And what have you all done to prepare for this tournament for this weekend?
We have been working so hard all along this week. We are sleepless. Obviously, our
Oh,
eye
no.
bag are so dark.
I hope
But-
after all of this tournament, you get yourself some good, nice sleep on the Sunday evening. Yeah. So, of
We hope
course.
to.
It's a really big day, but Danny's got another golden question for you ladies here, who's going to be playing your matches later on.
Actually, this one I wanted to ask last week, but I didn't get to. Who decided on your team name and logo? Because it is so cute, and we all love it.
I have to tell that it was just a coincidence because we cannot decide what name should we think, but so at that moment I was just told พี่ไข่มุก that just pick some of the adjective any adjective she likes, so she picked yummy because she loved cooking. And I just told Namsai that what is next to you right now at that moment. So pick that
Wow.
word to be a noun. A noun, yes. At yummy remote is like some kind of cute, weird. I don't know, but we love it, so we chose that name. Yes.
Yeah, and it's so unique, and I love the story behind it because it's so random, and at the same time, it somehow is very catchy. So I really hope that Team Yummy Remote can go all the way to the grand finals, and we wish you all the best for your games to come.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, girls. We'll let you get
Thank you so
ready for your
much.
match, and we look forward to seeing you play. Thank you. Man, the girls, they're so excited today. And SteZie, super humble. I love Yummy Remotes. Just the way that they pick their team name, right? Because a team name is the identity of your team. And it's just like, pick an adjective. What's right next to you? It's kind of like one of those memes, right? Where it's like, come up with your gangster name. And it's like a list of your... how do I do these again? It's the date that you're born, and then they add like a describing word for your month, and then something for the year. They do some other stuff, and it just comes up with these like very random mixtures of names. They can be really funny, but just remind me of those.
I'm gonna ask you this before we go on with the show, right, Danny? If you were to have your own team name, what would that be? According to any adjective and also something that's around you. I think for myself, it might just be, I don't know, coffee keyboard or something. I hope those two don't mix so that my keyboard don't spoil at any given point of time. But yeah, I love that energy. I love that excitement and the way that they think. It's so creative, and it also is similar to the way that they play inside the game, where they just have so much creativity going on.
I guess to answer the first question, if I had to come up with the team name, just like Yummy Remote did, adjective would probably be hungry, because that's how I'm feeling right now. Hungry for some Pokemon Unite, and I'm looking at a microphone. So hungry microphone. Not as cute as Yummy Remote. I'm gonna have to say that, but I mean, I could work with this too, right? It's not too bad.
Not bad, not bad. Just hope that you don't have to, start funding your microphone with food. So that's
I
fine.
might need
that's
to
fine.
visit my dentist if that does happen, because I'm very sure it's not going to be very good for my teeth. Anyways, we're going to jump back into
Not
this
enough.
game very shortly, because I do believe SteZie and Yummy Remote, they're jumping into the lobbies now. They're probably thinking about what Pokemon they want to play. And the discussion that we had last week was, are we going to see these teams play different Pokemon every round, or are we going to see them sort of just play their comfort picks? Because there's pros and cons to both, right? The pros of picking the same Pokemon is that you're going to be comfortable with that Pokemon, you'll be in the zone, it's much easier to play the same Pokemon back to back. Whereas if you swap every round, you have to change your play style to accommodate that Pokemon. You also need to change the way that you play, because some Pokemon you can play more forward, some Pokemon require you to play more backwards, and it's sometimes you just make mistakes because you fall back to habits playing other Pokemon, right? But
Indeed.
Koso, do you feel like we're going to be seeing some changes? Because it's Grand Finals Day. It almost feels like it should be.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that in a little bit, but I guess we have to take a look at predictions for the moment. And it seems like both of us on the same page at the moment. So I'm going to 1, you're going to 0. So you're saying that this is gonna be a very straightforward match. Is SteZie just gonna power their way through all of this?
I feel a bit harsh putting 2-0 for SteZie, but just after seeing them play in Group A on Saturday last weekend, they just seem to be the most coordinated team I feel out of all the girls competing. Even the teams that managed to make it today, the team was so coordinated. I love the way that they moved, and just the overall execution of their lineup. Every player understood what role they played, where they had to be, when they needed to be there. So it's just, they have this next level theamwork and teamwork that I'm not seeing in some of the other teams.
I would absolutely agree. We see that cohesion that's coming out from their composition as well. So I really do like to see that happening once again. And somebody's got to stop me on that Absol. And perhaps she might just whip up something that's absolutely wild that we've never seen before. Now, going back to your question. So you mentioned about, what other Pokemons are we seeing? I guess that JJ-kun has already listed down all sorts of possibility, but I guess we have to go to the remote stadium to find out what's going to go down. So with that being said, this is the Pokémon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitationals, as this is part of the Pokémon Battle Festival Asia 2021. And here for the very first game, we will have Team SteZie versus Yummy Remote. So, Danily, it's a best of 3, and there's no lower bracket. This is gonna be an intense match.
It is going to be an intense match, but of course game 1 is going to be where the teams get a feel of each other as well, right? Like what the general play style is. But something that I'm very excited about is that we have seen a new Pokemon pop out here for SteZie, and it's actually going to be the Greedent. And as you can see right now, we do have I believe it's the Swovel, if that's the first evolution's name, I may have forgotten. She's actually trying to go over onto Yummy Remote side of the map to try and take some of those jungle stacks away. And this is a very, I want to say, infamous strat, annoying the enemy jungler with the Greedent, because Greedent has such good sustain, and he's actually got really good potential of stealing some of those last hits with tackle.
That's right, and I really do wonder how will they actually fare heading to the late game. They do have a little bit mixed bag of everything, while Kaning is getting chased upon by, of course, the small evolution of Serena. Then they scored 41 points to start things off. I think they're having a decent run thus far, but when we take a look at this approach coming from Yummy Remote, they're putting a lot of pressure down a bottom side as they try to secure the best between for themselves. But there's going to be a little bit of commotion going on. Kaimo just have to hit that eject button just to get back to safety.
Yeah, and SteZie, they do have a bit of an upper hand here if they can keep the Blissey alive. Although, as I say that, Blissey does go down. They would have had the sustain, but 2 Pokemon are going to be going down, unfortunately. And that was also the Absol on the side of SteZie. And now the aggressive advantage is on Yummy Remote, who are now jumping onto Kayla, and they're just scoring goal after goal, because what do you do?
Well, there's not much to be done after that sort of pressure that have resulted in a little bit of chaos down bottom side. But for Kaning, she's just going to be able to hold out. Well, it's going to be very safe for the Serena to eventually hold out over on the top side. Well, we're having another sort of rotation going on towards the top side here. as SteZie now tries to focus down onto the goalpost as Namsai is just trying her best to keep this post safe, but I'm not too sure. There's a lot more members now over the bottom trying to apply a little bit more pressure in hopes that they could bring down a Pokemon and then start scoring a little bit more. As it stands, 53-42, still anyone's game at the moment.
Yeah, still anyone's game. But we are seeing a little bit of a difference here, right? Because in both of SteZie's matches last week, they were very dominant in the early game, but we're not seeing that dominance yet. Right? Yummy Remote, they're doing such a good job of preventing Mei from snowballing, and this might be a key factor in basically neutering the Absol and preventing her from having that explosive late game. Because remember last weekend, we saw her landing massive crits and being able to delete teams all by herself. So without that level advantage, I'm curious to see what SteZie are going to do to enable Mei to really come online, because so far that's just not happening.
Yeah, it's not going to happen all too soon, even though if she gets her Unite move, the Midnight Slash, but we have to first take a look at how they set up all those fights. You ideally want SteZie to be in the middle of the fray alongside with the Reedon, as they currently challenge that Dreadnought. But what's going to be the response of Yummy Remote? They're not going to go for the Rotom just about yet. There's still many of these members of Team SteZie that's also holding on, and any sort of a movement that is going across the map, they could easily sniff them out. It seems like Taimo's going pretty low. She's about to fade, but she survives with a slither of health. And SteZie gives chase, but that's not where she needs to be at the moment, and they will secure another 20-pointer for SteZie, with Kyla dropping in hot, but Dane goes up into there, and she will be able to bring 2 of these Pokemon down. She's coming up with a huge clutch, and that might open some space for Yummy Remote.
Let's open up a little bit of that space, and now they do have that lane domination in that bottom lane. But so far, SteZie still have the point advantage, and a lot of this is coming off of Canning, who might actually drop to Namsai very, very close. Won't go down though. The citrus berries will keep her alive. And now, can she turn onto Namsai? Maybe, but with a Talonflame there, as well as an Eldegoss, a little bit too risky. And it looks like Rotom is now going to be the next point of contest here, because this is a very important Pokemon now. For people that haven't played Pokemon Unite recently, Rotom has received a buff. Dreadnought does not give as much experience anymore, so of course pushing with that Rotom is going to be very crucial, especially when it comes to taking down those first goals. And so far, it looks like Yummy Remote have been able to dominate these objectives.
Yeah, and those sleepless nights are paying off, and it seemed like the Green twice too much more than she can chew. Now, it's just a little bit more pressure as the Rotom gets secured. Whoa, that was a real close call of a steal, but Jane managing to buy time and space for the rest of Yummy Remote to apply that pressure. Cunning's not going to be able to last too long. They managed to knock out the Fleecy as well. The Pikachu's doing a lot of damage while they try to push that Rotom into the goalpost, but they don't really get too much. Oh, here comes the Midnight Slash, and it's going to be able to get a lot of damage being done, but there's not too much of a result coming out. They could not take down any members of Yummy Remote.
Yeah, they were popping a lot of Unite moves, but they have to get something out of this, and it looks like they will at least be able to get this first goalpost in that top lane. So it's going to be much harder to try and rotate for Rotom up there now for Yummy Remote, but does it really matter? Because so far they still have the Dreadnought advantage, and look at this, they have Pokemon dashing to try and get that the Dreadnought.
Yeah, and it seems like Yummy Remote has a good head start to the bottom area of the map as everyone gravitates towards the beach area. Taimo just suppressing the rest of the members of SteZie from moving forward. Dreadnought now 50% of HP, but they have to back away. There's a lot of pressure coming from Green. Game chase. Jenny is just finding a little bit more room, getting a little bit more of that assistance coming from her teammates, but they're in that slow area. And Team SteZie, they just couldn't really find the damage to bring them all down. Currently sitting at 1-8-1 with the lead, but that lead could change any time. Canning have been able to not only disrupt them, but still survive out of that skirmish.
Yeah, the good news though, I do believe, is that SteZie were the ones to be able to get that Dreadnought themselves, right? Because Yummy Remote, they're so busy trying to defend themselves on their goalpost, so a victory there for SteZie. And if we take a look at the level situation here right now, it's currently in the advantage, at least beneficial here for SteZie. They've got May at level 13, which, as I say that, she does go down, but Absol needs those levels, and as long as she can try and get close as possible to level 15, especially once that Zapdos pops up, that's going to be really important. Something else that's going to be important is this Rotom timing. If this Rotom goes down, this is going to be so annoying for SteZie.
Oh, SteZie's coming in though. Who's gonna get the Rotom? Oh my word, what an ultimate of a Unite move coming from Kyla. Bringing down 2 Pokemon in one go. At this time, it's SteZie here to steal it away. Yummy Remote, they started it all, but they couldn't seem to snatch it by the end of it.
And it's time for Zapdos as well. 2 seconds to spawn. And looking right now, it looks like Timer's trying to go for a bit of a back, trying to get some extra points in, try to pull some of that attention away from the Zapdos. And it looks like it's working because look at SteZie. They are chasing that Wigglytuff.
Oh my. Now, the pressure asserted by Jane. They tried to cut off the exit point. And my, oh my. Ooh. What a move with the Flame Sweep. And that is the Pikachu as well as the Talonflame, taking down 2 of Team SteZie's Pokemon as they work on the Zapdos, and they're doing a lot of damage, but look at this Serena. She's going to be able to hop in. Can she still wait? Here comes Kyla. Her whip her moves as well, going up in the air, and it seems like the Zapdos will go over to Yummy Remote.
And Yummy Remote, they're going to try and get those points in, whereas for SteZie, what's the plan here? Are they going to try and go for those counter goals? It looks like they will. They've got 50 points on the Serena in that bottom lane, who's going to try and score. The Greedent has managed to score in that top lane, but so far Yummy Remote sitting on 562 points compared to 311, now 411 onto SteZie. There is still potential for comeback here, but it's going to be really tough with only 2 goals that they can score in that top lane that's currently being protected by the Talonflame, and of course that middle goal always going to be the toughest one to defend. Sorry, the toughest one to score in.
You take a look at Yummy Remote, they're going all full defense at the moment, coming, just getting stopped for a bit. Flame Sweep comes through, but it's not going to stop Fossil from moving in as well. She goes invisible, but there's not too much points to be scored. There's only 20 seconds on the clock. SteZie only had the initial lead. Everything's starting to fall apart. The moment
look at Yummy Remote.
That goes, and whoa, take a look at this.
Looks like we're going to try and get these points in with Kate, with the Pikachu as well. It looks like Kate will be able to get that extra dunk in. It doesn't really matter. It's going to go on the way of Yummy Remote. Game 1. Going to be going into Yummy Remote. I have to say, I am impressed with how they played this match.
I am impressed as well. Like, I'm trying to digest all the things that happened in this match, and the tempo of play being shown from both ends are just at their peak level. It's something that we haven't seen from Yummy Remote since the group stages, and I'm just glad that they've brought this sort of momentum into our very first match today. And Team SteZie probably been taken, and now they realize that they have to put their best game on the line, because one more game is all it takes for Yummy Remote to proceed to the finals.
And I have to say, I'm really impressed with how Yummy Remote approached that game as well, because they must have seen from last week how much of an influence May was, especially during that early game, to try and give her team that advantage during the laning stage, right? Just knock Pokemon out so that it's easier for you to score goals, get that level advantage, secure the Dreadnought. It's really difficult to deal with the over-leveled Absol, but the fact that Yummy Remote put so many resources in that bottom lane to ensure that they didn't let May just completely snowball off the rails, really great way to slow down the impact of the Absol. If anything, this was probably May's worst game of Absol. I'm not trying to discredit her or anything, but it was just, there are times when you just can't do anything because you've been countered, and she was countered hard.
pretty hard, I would say, and it felt like there was barely any impact from the mid game to hitting to the late game because she couldn't really get too much of the farm going on, and most of the scorers were being of course contributed from all ends, but the Absol doesn't seem to have find any sort of opening room, even hitting into a team fight. It feels like they've already understood how to, of course, negate all these sort of pressure coming from not only the Absol but the rest of the teammates as well, which doesn't seem like they have too much damage to poke out. And that switch, bringing in things like the Pikachu, is something that has definitely brought the favorite back to the side of Yummy Remote. So this preparation that they had absolutely or drawn from day one after our group stages. So it's great to finally see that, you know, Team SteZie now being challenged, and maybe with that sort of pressure, it's either they make it or break it this time around. But we've seen a couple of times before on those group stage matches where Team SteZie has been able to at least pull it back on the very final second. So I wonder, on the next game, is there going to be any changes at all? Is that Absol going to be swapped out? Because if they're going to go with this sort of run again, we might expect the same results.
Yeah, especially considering that they went with the Blissey, right? They wanted Blissey's Unite move, the Bliss Assist, to really power up the Absol to do damage. But I'm going to be honest, right? I think going into the next game, if they go for Absol again, it's going to be very risky because Yummy Remote, they've already expected this. They knew that Mei has a phenomenal Absol, especially if you let her snowball. And looking at Mei's stats, now, thankfully, this is JJ Kun's stats. He put this together. He very kindly put this together for us. And we do have a little bit of information on these players. Now, Absol is Mei's second most played Pokemon, but only leading by one extra battle is Zeraora. So she does have other options to play instead of that Absol. Her third most played Pokemon is Venusaur, which, considering her role, I don't really think you'd want to be picking up the Venusaur for Mei. So I think the Zeraora might be a good option. I'm curious to see if Mei can play any other Pokemon in the jungle. Does she play anything that's off meta? Does she do anything a little bit differently? But I'm really, really curious to see what kind of changes we're going to be seeing, because Mei's influence in this game, it's important. SteZie rely on Mei. Yeah,
and not only that, there's so many changes that we've seen as compared to a lot of those group stage matches that were shown in the previous week. So we had things like the Wigglytuff as well as the Eldegoss, who has been played by SteZie for countless of games, and maybe they would be bringing that back. They did practice a whole lot of Greedent as well as Blissey, but I felt that it needs a little bit more work, and I think that Greedent as well as Blissey is still a very strong Pokemon that you could possibly come up with a certain composition to get certain leads. But I guess there's multiple factors to this as well, where Yummy Remote, they have this high prior on rotating across the map, and they could easily do that with the Talonflame as well as the Pikachu to move around to get those openings, though a couple of all these objectives may not have gone in the favor of Yummy Remote, but SteZie, their team fight, didn't look as convincing as how they used to look like.
Well, this is also the first time that we're seeing SteZie play up against Yummy Remote, so to see this already happen in Game 1, I'm very, very excited to jump into Game 2, which is going to be starting right now. Game 2 between SteZie and Yummy Remote. Let's see what's going to happen.
That's right. It might just be one game remaining here for Yummy Remote to take and get their way into the grand finals, or could it be a huge comeback from Team SteZie as we head directly to the remote stadium to see who's gonna take this game here in the Pokémon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitationals.
So we are seeing some changes. So SteZie, they have swapped out the Blissey for a Wigglytuff, and they've actually picked up Cramorant. This is the first time we're going to be seeing Cramorant in play, and that's including last week's matches. Now, Cram is a bit of an interesting Pokemon. He has fallen off in terms of strength from his heyday, which was basically when the game released. He did a lot of damage. But I'm curious to see what kind of combination we're going to be seeing from Canning. Like, how is she going to play this Cramorant? Is it going to be the Dive Cramorant, the Surf Cramorant? Are we looking at Hurricane? Are we looking at Air Cutter? We'll see in just a moment as she gets those levels, but the Cram pick, super interesting. You've got lots of zoning potential with that Cramorant ultimate. The Unite move.
Indeed, and that Gatling Gulp Missile is going to be able to disrupt them and, you know, try to make it a 5 versus 4 for a short instance. But take a look at what we have here, a little bit of battle going on the bottom side. And both Cunning as well as Fasai dangerously low, but the first goal has been scored, and it's Yummy Remote to take over, to gain that lead. This is about 27 points.
Contra, there is nobody in the top lane. They are all committing to that bottom lane. May almost going down, able to get out of there, but heavy aggression coming in from SteZie, so they really want to get all of that control in the bottom lane. They've been able to get some points into their goals, but is it going to be worth it? Because while all this is happening, you have a Serena free farming in that top lane. Namsai is already level 6 because she's been able to take all the Pokemon in this top lane.
This might actually hurt them. Serena getting this much of a lead. Once she gets the Unite move, she could possibly just single out one of the weakest members in terms of level to be punished, and it might just be that Venusaur. We've seen Venusaur's getting punished multiple times before, so Kaiwan's gotta be on that lookout, not to overextend at all, and I'm not too sure what's gonna be SteZie's answer later on. They kind of bank it on that bottom push, but it may not result too much. And you take a look at what's going on here. Fasai almost getting caught out, and Kaimo wants to go full offense on this one. And thankfully, there's still more members to back her up, so SteZie's gonna be A-okay.
They're gonna be A-okay, but I'm wondering if that early game pressure, the fact that they weren't able to get all those knockouts out, if it might hurt them going into this mid game, because you're dealing with a level 7 Serena that's equal to May. May, they're getting a big fat crit onto that Wigglytuff. Will be able to get the KO, but it looks like the Cramorant actually getting knocked out in that top lane. Serena not able to defend her partner, but looks like SteZie again on full offense, wanting to dominate that bottom lane so that they can secure the Dreadnought themselves. They want that experience, they want to snowball. A big fat sleep there from Fasai, but it looks like they aren't able to completely take down the goal, and here comes backup. Jane is there with the big Hurricane from the Cramorant, and Canning, she's going to try and get out of there. She's being caught by Jane, but they won't fully commit onto that Cram, instead getting a different Pokemon. It's the Wigglytuff. And now it's going to be Yummy Remote again, able to put themselves on top of that Dreadnought, and SteZie, they're going to have to steal it. I don't think they can brute force this. This is the second time they tried to brute force that bottom lane.
Yeah, and I'm not too certain if that's going to do much at all, but they're looking for this pick, and they managed to get that Solar Beam hitting on target, and this will possibly work out. Here comes the Midnight Slash. They will bring another one down in form of the Wigglytuff. Jane now tries to escape, but there's no speed, so for her, she will be knocked out as well. And we will now see May snowballing out of control.
This is what SteZie has been wanting. They've been wanting to try and get this Absol online, and this aggression has finally paid off, but for now, big advantage here for SteZie because they've taken the Dreadnought, the experience is theirs, and they are currently towering over Yummy Remote in the levels department. Now, Rotom will be taken by Yummy Remote, so at least they'll be able to get the goal, hopefully, but it also depends if SteZie wants to defend this, but the snowball's happening here for SteZie, so I'm very curious to see what is the response here from Yummy Remote. Do they respond with aggression in kind, or are they going to play defensive until Zapdos?
I guess they have to hold on for now, and Jane forced to use the Fame Suit to play a little bit more defensively. She did manage to score a little bit more for Yummy Remote, but at the cost of another member's Pokemon, so we'll have to see how would they challenge the rest of SteZie, who's possibly putting a little bit more pressure back to the top lane this time. May getting double team, and there's nothing much that May could do out of that situation.
So here we go, we've got the full cram build. It's going to be the Surf Hurricane build, so lots of disruption. Actually going for the gold missile with Jane! Oh, just deleted. Canning, just turning on top of her. This is a very scary build for the Cramorant. Now, the reason being is that there is a lot of control. And one of the things that Absol loves is that she loves teammates. I don't know if Absol or she or he, it doesn't matter. But Absol loves any type of crowd control. If you can stun her targets for her while she does those big crits, then you're going to be in for a good time. So this combination of Cramorant and Absol, very, very strong, as long as the Cram or the Absol isn't basically deleted within the first 3 seconds of a fight.
Yeah, and if that's not enough, you always have the Venusaur being prepared to just unleash that full force of the power of that Solar Beam on top of those team fights. Oh, that cam works out! And Yummy Remote, they might catch all of them! And it seems like this is going to be a tough bout here, especially when you still have that Wing Club on the forefront. So the Camera was the first to fall out of that team fight while May has to back off, not having enough health. But Yummy Remote will lose Wigglytuff in that process, and this is where they have to challenge the Dreadnought once more. They utilize a lot of Unite boosts, so I'm not sure if this is going to be a good case scenario for Yummy Remote to take over control, but they do have Namsai soloing that Rotom.
It's gonna be stolen. Who's gonna get the steal? Oh, it's gonna be. Oh, they get it. SteZie will be able to get the Rotom for themselves. They steal it from Namsai, whereas down in that bottom lane, they are currently brawling for that Dreadnought. I don't know if they've actually been able to take it out as of yet. They are still trying to wrestle for it. Get a bit of a fight, but it looks like the Rotom's gonna be able to weaken that top goal. And Yummy Remote, they are in trouble. If they can't get this Dreadnought to equalize that experience, they're going to be so far behind for Zapdos that they need to go for steals. One of the biggest discrepancies in the build in the team compositions right now is that SteZie are loaded with damage, whereas Yummy Remote, they have a lot of utility.
They do, and just take a look at how they've been juggling with this pressure, and this time the camera gets taken out once more. The Solo Beam hits, and the Pikachu is gone. Then this is where it gets so dicey. Members of Yummy Remote, they haven't had full bars of health to contest for that Dreadnought, and that bottom side battle seemed to be endless. But I was really shocked of that steal on that Rotom as we go back to that 1-versus-1 mirror matchup of this arena. It was perfect timing from Kyla with the descent. And that's where she managed to not only zone out Yummy Remote's side, stealing away that Rotom, they now extend that sort of lead into something that's going to be quite substantial as we head to the late game. And Zapdos now being attempted by Yummy Remote.
And it looks like for now, Yummy Remote, they're going to try and go for some backstab points here, but looks like Canning is going to be there to cancel with the Surf and the Hurricane. Namsai, big damage, also caught with the CC, trying to get out of there, but Kyla on her tail. So Yummy Remote, they wanted to try and go for these backstab goals, but you saw SteZie, they had Pokemon parked in that bottom goal, they had the camera in the top lane, they were prepared. And with these knockouts, now it's going to be an uphill battle for this Zapdos. And if anything, it looks like SteZie, they're going to try and do this the easy way. They're not going to try and take Zapdos out because, of course, that's going to be risky for themselves. They're going to defend it. And they're going to make it tough for Yummy Remote to make that comeback now.
Risky plays coming from Jane and most of the members of SteZie. They try to apply pressure. Zapdos now less than 50% of health, but they will go in for the reset as they manage to get the catch onto Fasai. Only 4 members left for SteZie. Make that 3. And Yummy Remote takes over control. Could this be yet again a huge comeback for them to secure this Zapdos? But here comes Faye from the back. They try to go in with a Midnight Slash, but it will be SteZie here. That secures that Zapdos, and instantly Faye dumps in 100 points.
That was all because of Kyla. Kyla was able to get that last hit, but it looks like we're going to get some counter goals here from Yummy Remote. They managed to get 200 points in from Namsai. So now we're sitting at 391 for SteZie, 323 for Yummy Remote. It's now going to be the defender's game. 82 points from Jane. 72 from the Cramorant. This is going to be super close.
It is, and I wonder whose game will this be. SteZie did manage to get that final dunk. So let's add all the points up. And it will be SteZie here that equalizes this series 1-1, and now it will be one game left to see which team advances to the finals.
I love this change in strategy from SteZie. So not only did SteZie go for a cops when it came to team composition, but the overall playstyle absolutely changed. I was blown with the thought that they would actually go for that 5-man bottom lane, because they really wanted to get that goal broken open so they had the advantage for Dreadnought. They managed to do it. Even though there was a level 6 arena on the other side of the map, they said, it's okay, right? Like, the goal is to snowball, and they were able to snowball. And I think Yummy Remote were completely caught off guard. In the time, if I went up against a composition and saw them just 5-manning, I'd think whoever's in the top lane is just having complete free fun. Like, I wouldn't be too worried about it. But then as the game went on, they realized, like, wait a minute, that 5-man really hurt us, because effectively what we did last game, that was the counter to counter that snowball. And this round, we let that happen.
Yeah, and they realized that the threat doesn't really come from Namsai in particular. So they definitely seek out what seemed to be the core issue. And it seemed like in the very first game, they were having a lot more problems down the bottom lane. And this is where, that pressure definitely have cracked a certain area of play of how Yummy Remote responds to the situation as such. And, that curveball with the Cameron as well, I think that was definitely a pleasant surprise to have heading into our playoffs here. Now with only one game, I wonder if there's any more sort of surprises. Maybe not too much coming from SteZie, as they finally found something that works. But what about Yummy Remote here? Because they've been playing basically the same sort of strategy that they had for game 1. So maybe it's time for them to make amends.
I definitely felt there was a massive difference in damage output from both teams, right? Like, there were a lot of damage-centric Pokemon on the side of SteZie, especially with the changes. Especially in that second game, I almost felt like Yummy Remote, they had a lot of utility to lock Pokemon down, to survive the team fights, but their damage output, it was more along the lines of consistent rather than having that big burst of damage, which is what SteZie really thrived with their composition last round. So I kind of feel like we should be expecting at least 1 or 2 Pokemon changes. I think the Eldegoss is really good at sustain, but sustain only works if you're able to outlast your opponents in those team fights.
That's
right?
true.
And it doesn't matter if you have healing. Like, if you can't out-damage them, what's the point?
That's right. Like, the burst was immense, especially when you see the Absol flying in, and then you have so many other things to factor to those sort of team fights as well. So I guess another change that we were, of course, surprised with was how effective that Venusaur was for SteZie in that previous match. So as we take a look at the highlights once again, this was where you managed to catch, that 5-man rotation down bottom to initiate upon those members of Yummy Remote.
I thought my eyes were playing with me, because I was looking at the top lane. I thought, like, oh, maybe the 2 icons are, like, right on top of each other. And then I saw, like, wait, there's 5 Pokemon down in this bottom lane. It was very bizarre, but just, wow. It really, really just caught Yummy Remote off guard.
Love with some cheese in the afternoon, and then there were so many of all these sort of dives onto the bottom post, where even though they were in the speed zone, they only bought a little bit more time. And yeah, even if you take out that weekly tough, it's not going to amount to much, where Jane tries to come in with a counter initiation. They did manage to get a few members off later on, but they managed to put in that triple digit of a mark just by the span of 4 minutes. So that was how they set the tempo up, and of course get many of all these core Pokemon on Team SteZie side to start ramping in those numbers. Yeah, and from then on, even if you pick off May for once or twice, it won't matter when team fights.
I feel like maybe one Pokemon that they might need to consider changing on the side of Yummy Remote might be the Pikachu. Yes, Pikachu is an amazing spellcaster, does a lot of damage from range, but I think alone Pikachu just isn't enough. You need a Pokemon that is a DPS specialist to do enough damage to make up for a lot of this utility. on the side of Yummy Remote, because if you look at the Pokemon, right, like they're running 2 supports, Eldegoss and Wigglytuff. Yes, Wigglytuff is an aggressive support, can set up for the team with the Sing, can also provide the team shields, but Wigglytuff's damage output is very lackluster, because it's like the best way to describe it.
Yeah,
So
she's
it's like,
more
you
defensive
have
than
to-
offense anyway.
Yeah, so I feel like they have to decide, like, if they want to continue with this 2 support Pokemon composition, you need the damage to come from somewhere, and Serena isn't it. Like, I feel Serena, she does decent damage, but she's more for, like, setting up for your team and being able to sustain, like, consistent damage. It's not that big bursty damage, like Venusaur, for example, with those big fat solar beams.
Indeed, and I believe that of all the players of Yummy Remote that shines the brightest, we saw Jane trying to make clutch plays, but it didn't really matter heading into the late game after they lost that Zapdos in a really crucial team fight where she's already expended everything. She was on low health bars, and that's what won SteZie the game after having that huge steal. So just going back into the draft itself, Yummy Remote might need to find something that could burst them off at this time as we head right in. It seems like there's not going to be much changes coming from Yummy Remote. So maybe this time with a different game plan, it might actually fix some of the things that were not present back in game 2. So let's take a look. Now, no more cheeses, no 5-man bottom or top. So I guess this is
It
going
could
to be
still
a standard
happen.
problem. Later on.
It could
Maybe a
still
little bit
happen,
later.
yeah. But we do see at least a Pokemon swap out here from SteZie. So they actually swapped in a Pikachu rather than the Cramorant. So they're still able to maintain damage with this pick of Pikachu, but it makes me wonder, are they going to go for more of that stun-heavy Pikachu to assist with disables from long range, right? Like sit behind your teammates, being able to get those Thunderbolts out, and of course, when you really want that burst damage, the Unite move, Pikachu does a lot more damage than a Cramorant, for example.
Yeah, and when we take a look at how they would ideally want to fight, they want to look for those pickoffs once again, because if you were to commit to a team fight, you have the Venusaur who's going to be dropping a huge AoE spell on top of everybody else. Now, a little bit of challenge down bottom, as we are looking at Yummy Remote getting the head start, taking out that Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu wasn't expecting that. I do believe Jane was hiding in the bush and Pikachu walked in. What can you really do? Pikachu doesn't have an escape unless you use an eject button, so Canning went down pretty quick there. But this is a really, really interesting choice actually on the side of SteZie. So it would be kind of predictable, right, to go for this 5-man in that bottom lane again. So for them to not do it this time, what are they going to do to prevent game 1 from happening? Because looking at the team right now, right, it just looks like a clone of game 1, with Yummy Remote being able to keep their lane stable, and we know what happens if these teams are of equal levels.
I guess the priority here is to ensure that this Absol gets to those positions where they could just do ideal damage on squishy units, and that's going to be pretty hard to execute down on the bottom lane itself. Maybe when it comes down to a Dreadnought fight, this Absol has to go in for a big flank. She can't just go directly into the battle like how she went in for game 1. It's just not going to cut it when you have Kaimuk who's ready to put people to sleep.
So it looks like for now we're going to be seeing an ambush here from Yummy Remote. It looks like Farsight was not expecting it, and Pikachu going to be sent to babysitting service, it seems, back to the fountain. Gonna have to make a run back, but so far Yummy Remote completely dominating this bottom lane, and this is the power of the Eldegoss and Wigglytuff. But if equal levels, these two Pokemon alone are going to easily out-sustain SteZie, because they just do not have that same level of healing from the Eldegoss. The Eldegoss is healing as well as the movement speed as well. Super, super great moves. But now it's going to be the Dreadnought fight, and look at the positioning so far. Yummy Remote camping on top of that Dreadnought. How does SteZie even get in there? May's not there.
Beats me. I have no idea, and Kaning just doesn't want to face check anymore, but she has to do something about it. They managed to bring Jane down to 20% of health, and I think that's about good enough. You want to slowly poke them all down, and look at May's position. She's ready for that big flank that we were talking about. Just buying a little bit of time, maybe spot out that Pikachu or that low health Talonflame, and that might just be good. Kyla already initiating on this, and this is where Yummy Remote gets another pick on Pikachu once more.
Oh, I kind of saw that coming, unfortunately, but it looks like May, she is trying to go in there with the Unite move, but she just can't finish anyone off. Oh, the Solar Beam! The last hit, able to get that last pick off, but they will lose the Absol in the process. So yes, you got that KO, but doesn't really matter once you've lost May. Don't think it really does. Still going to be Yummy Remote to dominate this bottom lane with the numbers advantage.
Meanwhile, look at who's occupying on the top lane though. Kyla just single-handedly brought 60 points back to the team, and I don't know, somebody's got to start attending to this. Yes, there is the Dreadnought, which is going to be crucial for anybody to secure, but this is going to be pretty hard to deal with this arena later on, and somebody just got to handle this situation, but they're not sending anybody up top at all. They just want to pick fights after fights, and here goes another one. Now side, the next one to be taken down, and May finally finds that opening, and the Thunderbolts are coming through. It's not going to be enough though, but here comes the Flame Sweep, dropping onto Kaning, and this is the Birds of Prey trying to get everything sorted out as they push them all back. SteZie couldn't really get much though. Kaimuk now getting picked off, overextends all the way back, and Yummy Remote could not respond.
They can't respond, and it seems like Yummy Remote may have stuck around down here too long because Kyla finally coming in for this action. And look at all of this damage coming out from SteZie. They will be able to get that last Unite move in from the Ignis up, so Farsight won't go down, but now a lot of Unite moves have been blown, and a lot of low health Pokemon Kaimuk coming in with the Sting. They will get 2 eliminations up on the side of SteZie. It's 5 versus 3. It's going to be an uphill battle here for SteZie, unless they can somehow get a Dreadnought steal. They still have the Venusaur, who's actually not Venusaur yet, still a Ivysaur. They need to get this Venusaur up if possible, but look at them just diving on top of this goal. They easily get this Dreadnought here for Yummy Remote, and levels so far are not looking too bad anymore.
Yeah, and I guess now they just have to play catch up with that 137 points of a difference for the moment. But that's very doable after securing some of all these key objectives. And James are already working on that Rotom, so I guess now they have a clearer direction. And they've already stashed so much of that Eos points that they could easily clear off some of all these goals. So things are starting to put pressure back onto Team SteZie, though they had that great sort of hold that we have last witnessed down bottom, but it still didn't work out in the end. So yeah, this is gonna be the last 3 minutes of the game, and I wonder if SteZie can actually hold on to this.
I'm a bit worried because they only just got this Venusaur to fully evolve, and you've got 3 minutes left. One of the big factors that SteZie were able to snowball so hard last game was that the Venusaur was also way out leveling the competition. And so to only just hit this Venusaur now, he's not going to be doing as much damage as last game. He won't have as much impact. Yes, that the Solar Beam is still going to be important in these team fights, especially well-placed ones that hit multiple Pokemon, but he's not going to be hitting as hard as a Venusaur wants to. But this Pokemon can be explosive once you pick up that Solar Beam build, but to be behind like this, it's very concerning for this Venusaur because you just missed out on such a big opening.
Yeah, and you take a look at Team SteZie right now. They're just trying to hold on to all these goalposts where Yummy Remote, they've always been constantly putting that pressure, just poking them down time after time, but with a 4 or 5 man stack down here, I think that's not going to be any sort of initiation coming from either side, but it seemed like they just want to go in for some challenge. While Namsai is going to score 40 points up top.
I'm actually surprised she decided to score that now. I thought maybe she'll try and score it just as it ticks over to 2 minutes, so then she would get the 80 points, but I guess they wanted to preserve that goal, right? To at least score a little bit later on. But so far, it looks like it's going to be a big battle in that bottom lane. There's Pikachu already dropping way down to low. They pop the Unite move there onto a Wigglytuff, but what happens after that? They pop the Unite move and then everyone just backs up. That's not going to be available anymore for when they decide to try and fight for that Zapdos.
A smart disengage coming from Yummy Remote. Now they go in for another huge fight. That Flame Sweep! The amount to knock everybody to the wall, and this is gonna Yummy Remote to score up top. NumSci is not going to be stopped by anybody at all. 188 points. And wow, SteZie didn't see this one coming as they continue on to be in the middle of the fray. This is not going to work out. Jane almost taking down that Wigglytuff as they go in for the Queen's Ascendant Bowl. Kaimuk, the next one to fall.
They need to score. It's 137 to 188 right now. They're trying so hard to get this one goal, but it's so heavily defended. May has 50 points, but she needs to find a way around that Serena to that top goal. And it's not going to be an easy task because she jumps over. I don't think they saw. But Yummy Remote still in defensive mode. So I guess the play here, I think the play here for SteZie is that they want to leave these outer goals to force Yummy Remote to go for the defense. 100 points coming in that top lane. May, she will be able to get the 100 points in. 237 to 188. Now it's up to Yummy Remote to get these points in themselves. And remember, this is a goal in that bottom lane. What's the play for Yummy Remote? It looks like it's going to be that Zapdos, but can it get stolen? It's not going to get stolen. Yummy Remote going to get it. Now SteZie, they need to either defend here and all 6 points are going to go in. 100 point dunk for the Wiggy.
1 second!
Keep on rushing in.
No!
I think Yummy Remote may have gotten this.
I'm not sure. Honestly, it's SteZie. Did you just see
Okay,
how the backdoor worked out?
Yummy Remote.
Wait.
Oh, it's Yummy
Wait,
Remote.
oh, okay, I'm confused because it's a different side. So it's Yummy
Oh,
Remote.
panic attack.
That last second clutch. That was all they needed.
That was all they needed. The
Astounding.
Zapdos. Oh, I thought I might have needed to call the hospital. Oh.
Just look at the emotions of Yummy Remote on how much this win means to them. And now, here are your first grand finalists. She could not hold her feelings anymore. Same goes to Kaimuk. I could possibly spot some tears of joy. Yeah, Kaimuk possibly need some tissues going on. And they have done it. They have caused an upset. The favorites, Team SteZie, have now fallen off, and we thank them for putting on such a display of a match. And wow, Danaline, this is definitely some top tier plays that we're witnessing here. And I just love every second in battle where we just saw both of these ladies from each team just putting everything on the line, especially that final minute play. There's so much happening. People trying to go in for some backdoor scores, and there's the Zapdos and that final minute attempt. I thought they weren't going to make it, though.
I didn't think so either. I thought that it may have just come down to that clutch 100-pointer coming in from May, but they get the Zapdos, the most important objective. They got the Zapdos, and because they got it, the instant scoring is what got it for them. If they weren't able to get the instant score, and a lot of Pokemon were holding on to a lot of points as well, they needed to get the channel in. And it's so hard to get channels in when there are Pokemon literally sitting on top of the goals, just smacking you left and right. But what an ending to that series. Yummy Remote going to be our first grand finalist for today. Their opponent is going to be playing next. We'll find out who's going to be the second grand finalist. But SteZie, this was a tough game. They were not able to snowball like they did in that second game. The Ivysaur was Ivysaur for basically 7 minutes, which is very uncharacteristic for that Pokemon. You really need to put levels into Ivysaur to be that really hard-hitting Venusaur. That didn't quite happen, and they just didn't have that same level of explosiveness as that second game.
Yeah, and not only was the Ivysaur having a lot of tough times here, like we saw how many of all these moves they could easily avoid that Solar Beam from a mile away. And on top of that, they've been able to suppress that Pikachu from time to time. Kaning has done quite a number of phase check that kind of costed them the objective down on the bottom lane when Yummy Remote secured that Dreadnought. They felt a little bit more confident to start challenging them on most of all these skirmishes, and I felt that, you know, was there any sort of things that they could possibly do better in some of all these team fights? maybe just have a clearer decision making on whether if they should commit to a fight would possibly bring better results. Where we saw, a little bit of mixed priorities when they dived in one after another. They could have gone in tandem. So, yeah. It was quite the game, but SteZie possibly devastated after losing by such a slight margin.
I mean, it's tough, right? Especially to lose such a close game, and it's the third game of the series. You don't have that second chance. But you know who does have a second chance? It's Yummy Remote. Congratulations, ladies! You guys gave us such a heart attack that game. How are you feeling? Because Jane, did you cry? Because it looked like you were crying just now.
First, I feel wow, amazing because we practice every night and every time that we have. So I'm so proud of you.
Oh,
Thank you.
And finally, the results have brought you all to the grand finals. So what does this mean to your team and also for the fans that's been supporting you throughout this journey?
We want to say thank you for every fan who cheer for us and give us many support. That's very help. Means a lot for us. And we're gonna try our best in the final match.
That's right. You go, ladies. And of course, all the best for your final game in the grand finals run later on. So we give you all time to catch your breath. And of course, wish you all the best for your grand finals matchup. Thank you very much.
thank you so much. Wow, Contra, this is just the first series of the day. We've just started, and already we have had a back and forth series between two very, very strong teams. Now, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to one of them, SteZie. They will unfortunately be eliminated now, as we are currently running a single format grand final. But we do have another series after this because Yummy Remote are going to be finding out who their next opponent is going to be. And this is going to be a very exciting one. I know JJ-kun is looking forward to it. It's going to be Padayon going up against Very, Very.
Yeah, and we've seen both of all these formidable sides coming with great strategy and, of course, great teamwork on top of that. Then I'm looking forward for this matchup. I know that JJ-kun is eager to cast this match, and I know who's he's already siding, and I just hope to witness a spectacle of similar sort on this very first series to happen again.
Absolutely. But I do know that our fans, they might need a little bit of a break themselves, right? Like after having a bit of a heart attack, you do need a bit of a breather to get ready for that next matchup. So firstly, we're going to go for a quick break. So make sure to go to the toilet now, grab your drinks, your snacks, call 911, whatever you need to do to get ready for this next matchup. But we'll be back after this break with our next series of the day. It's Padayon versus Very, Very. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back once again, trainers. This is the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitationals. We are in the playoffs. And of course, this is part of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. Here I have with me JJ-kun. What are you holding on your hands? And could you explain what the comment is? Oh, seems like you're muted. So, yeah.
There you go. There you go. I'm sorry. So what I'm holding here are receipts. You know, some tea. You know, to make the broadcast a little bit more exciting, so to say. So let's have some receipts here. You know, so that everything's gonna be really exciting to go into our match now, especially that this is ML48's Padayon, and of course we do have Team Very Very as well. You know, like a lot of people right now watching us are really excited for this match, and I'm not sure about you, but I am excited.
I could feel it, you know, like I was casting that previous matchup in the very first playoffs run, and wow, that was exhilarating. Where SteZie, which we predicted to go to the grand finals, have been eliminated by Yummy Remote with that last minute play. That was definitely the play of the century, you may even call it. But hey, we got more plays to come. So JJ-kun, I guess we got our ladies here to welcome. So without further ado, let's bring in our teams to be introduced to you, starting with Team Padayon.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hey,
Hello.
Isabel.
Hey, what's up? How have you been?
Hey. I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
We're feeling excited.
Yeah, we're good. So we just want to ask you a few questions. You know, how have you been practicing for the past week? Obviously, we don't want to tell any secrets that you have been, choosing on with a Pokemon. But well, how have you been practicing?
We've been practicing pretty good in my opinion, because last week my members were pretty low when it comes to terms of ranking. Like in specific, my member Claire was only great, but so far within a week, one of my members was able to reach master rank, which was at the gym, and Kath is almost also master. She's at ultra right now, and they've been ranking pretty quickly in my opinion. In a span of a week, a member was able to reach master, so that's a pretty big flex in my opinion.
I would say so. I mean, I'm still grinding my way to masters, and you all did it within a week. Yeah, of course, kudos to everyone working pretty hard at Team Padayon. So, you know, any sort of expectations that you have set on this very first series heading to the grand finals?
Probably. Well, it's no secret everyone's keeping an eye on my Dragonite. So, if anything, I'm expecting to see a lot of people trying to find a way to, I don't know, deny me from scaling. Let's see.
Oh, I like this. I like this confidence from Isabel. But hey, you know what? Before we head to your opponents, do you have any messages to your to Very Very?
Actually, like 2 nights ago, me and the girls were practicing, and somehow we were able to queue against Very Very, 2 of their members, and we had fun. It was fun. It was really cute and fun, and I enjoyed. And if anything, I'm excited because we'll take it seriously again this time. Last game when we were playing, we were just training, having fun, but this time we'll take it seriously. So I'm excited to see how it goes. Yeah, we'll have fun.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's gonna be it, Isabel. All you have to do is so long, and we'll be seeing you after this game.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right.
Goodbye.
See you. All the best. And of course, please welcome Team Very Very into the show, and they'll be going up against Team Padayon. Hi, Team Very Very.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Introduce yourself once again.
Hello we are
Hi.
very very yeah let's be
I like
introduce
that.
ourselves Hello I'm Pupe Hello I'm พาขวัญ Hello I'm Jeep Hello I'm ผักขม
Hello, I'm Panda. I'm glad to see you again.
Glad to see you too.
Oh, we're glad to
and
see you
know,
again.
ladies, it's been 1 week since you all played in the group stages. There were intense matches. You made it here to the playoffs run, and I want to ask first and foremost, in that week, what have you do in particular in terms of practice? Has it been a busy schedule other than just practice?
We have to do a lot of things in afternoon and so we can only practice at night. Yeah.
Wow. Gotta spend a lot of hours to grind the midnight oil, so that's great to hear from the team. So JJ Kun, one question from you.
Yeah, Team Very Very. I only have one question. Are you ready to go against Padayon?
I think we are so very nervous and we think we are ready to.
All right,
Yeah,
that,
definitely
that's
ready now.
that's the only answer that we're going to be getting here, of course. And I wish all of you the very best because whoever wins this goes to the grand finals. So, Team Very Very, we wish you good luck for your game against Team Padayon.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, we'll see you later, Team Very Very. So good luck. But for now, Contra, it's just you and I. Really exciting matches. Who do you think is going to be winning this one?
Okay, we're diving straight to the predictions already. Now, I know what's your prediction. It's been very consistent. I like
Do
that.
you
and
though?
I
Do you
do. I do. And this time, I'm gonna side with you two because I love the interviews with Isabel. She's always been great to talk to, and that is not the only reason that I'm convinced that Team Padayon will be making it true. You just look at the sort of the amount of hard work she's describing, like them grinding to masters. They had a match with Team Very Very, and now still wanting to prove even more. Although it may not be a clear-cut answer as to how they're going to get to the grand finals, but I do think that it's going to be a close one in the form of 2-1.
Right. I mean, especially if we're gonna be basing it off solely for their gameplay on the group stages, I think Padayon here really has a really good chance against Team Very Very. But Team Very Very here, they have been practicing a different set of lineup for Pokemon. I'd have to say with the current lineup right now that they're practicing, it's a direct counter to Padayon's lineup. So if Padayon won't have any major changes, I think Very Very here would give us a pretty damning game against Padayon. But still, I'm still gonna be siding with Padayon because obviously we've already seen how they play, and both of the teams, and basing off of that, we can get a little bit of a mathematics here, some statistics that suggest that Padayon would have the advantage against Team Very Very.
Yeah, and I guess that sometimes the stats don't lie, but you can always pave the way for what's about to happen here in the present. Yeah, we might have seen that Team Very Very had slightly more of a rocky run to get to where they need to be here. Like most of their matches, they may have actually dropped one game, or sometimes they do get 2-0s in between, but it hasn't been the most convincing of run. And yeah, you heard about the busy schedule. We definitely do forgive them for that. And of course, we love all of the ladies here that have been putting all their hard work to, of course, entertain all of you guys back at home. So when we take a look at compositions, right? You mentioned that it's a direct counter. So let's take a look at the stats that you've, of course, gathered for everyone here.
Right.
We saw Jip really going huge on that Talonflame, and I don't expect that to be much of a change. But if there were to be changes, what do you think that Jip will bring at this time?
Right, so Jib here from Very Vary has been practicing Dragonite, which is actually quite surprising because like after that group stages, a lot of them, not just Very Vary, but a lot of them has been practicing Dragonite. And then of course we do have Panda, previously using Crustle, has been practicing the Mamoswine and Pupe with the Wigglytuff, practicing Cinderace and Serena. And then of course Pakwan, we have the Serena, but is practicing the Wigglytuff. And then Pucom, using the Sylveon and the Sidewai, has been practicing the Pikachu and the Sylveon. See, I think the thing here is, Very Vary's counter to Team Padayon is to use the same thing that Padayon is doing. Essentially, the strategy of they're basically giving them a taste of their own medicine, with that Dragonite into the jungle lane. So, with just a few more seconds left, Contra, I am just really excited to see if they would be sticking with their group stages lineup, or will they be choosing to go in for the lineup that they have been practicing for the rest of the week?
Well, of course, in moments' time, we will have to witness what's going to be the changes that will be brought to play. And, in the very first playoffs run earlier, we see some cheese strats coming in. I want to see some of that this time around. So, for those who have just joined us here in the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021, this is, of course, Pokemon UNITE, and it's the best of 3 here in the playoffs. Team Padayon versus Team Very Vary. Now, let the games begin as we head over to the remote stadium. And is this what we expect here, JJ-kun?
Yeah, definitely. as we mentioned, Pupe going in for the Serena. This is definitely what we expected. Jib with the Dragonite, of course, is that of the. I like. Wait. What's happening? Padayon 1-2-2 rotation right now. Serena and Wigglytuff into the bottom lane. Dragonite in the jungle lane, and then there goes the Crustle of Mio's Crustle to invade, to delay Jib's Dragonite. I like what they're doing right now. They're making sure that their medicine would be given back to Very Vary. And look at this right now, with the help of the Focus Band as well, to ensure that Mio is going to be able to sustain themselves. This is really amazing.
This is something else.
Look.
We haven't seen this before.
It's a Isabel's already Isabel's already a Dragonair, where Jiv is still not evolved.
Oh, this is gonna hurt their momentum a whole lot. Now it's gonna be the Dragonair that's gonna be paying a visit. Pakwan trying to secure the last few Eos energy left, and Pakwan's gonna be punished, and it's gonna be Isabel there with the first takedown, knocking one out. So very not really on the best start of it all, but I believe that they could slowly recuperate, and they might have to look onto the Serena as well as the Sylveon to find that rhythm.
Right. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see, the battle items for the teams here. But based on our research, Padayon, everyone from Padayon is using a goal getter to score fast, and perhaps maybe even using a score shield. It would be the I guess the most appropriate thing to do. Especially with the goal getter, helping them into the late game to score in. But man, this is really amazing. Padayon not only has the advantage in terms of XP, but also has the advantage in terms of pressure on all of the lanes.
Yeah, and as we take a look, Padayon is just full setting up top. It's going to be a double team against Pupe here that will be able to last Hyper Beam so early into this matchup here. And you take a look at the other side, it's going to be a Dragonair not being fully evolved, and I don't know, can they challenge the Dreadnought, which is about to spawn in 15 seconds time? Mio doesn't really care, she doesn't have full health bars, she's still going to be able to outlast this skirmish as the Crustle pushed him all the way back.
Oh, look at that. One more thing. One more. Hyper Beam coming in from Isabel, and now Isabel is currently in the Dragonite. Jib here still needs one more level to get the Dragonite for them to scale up and help into the team fight, as you know, to maximize their stats, basically. And now we have the Dreadnought now up. I think Padayon here would be able to get this. I really like the change from Claire here. You know, previously Claire has been running out of team fights, you know, using that Sing with the Wigs up, but now Claire is using that as a way for them to defend their objectives. But look at this right now. It looks like they're going to be going up top right now to get in the Rotom, to get the advantage, not only with the XP after getting the Dreadnought, but also getting this Rotom. So Jib right now is just waiting. Oh, actually evades a Hyper Beam, but here we go. We're going to be seeing one more attack here coming from Isabel, but they're going to be able to try to steal this one away, this Rotom right here. And let's find out who's going to be able to take that one up. Gets a fly here. There goes the Hyper Beam. Coming in from Jim to take down that Rotom. Unfortunately, going to be able to steal that away from Padayon. But here comes a 6v5 essentially. Well, 6v4 because there's a Rotom as well helping him out. But here comes another team fight. We're going to be seeing that one. Gets a fly here. Not going to deal a lot of damage. Gets the Sing though. There goes a Hyper Beam as well to take down 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 from the side of very, very, really amazing play here from Padayon.
That's huge! And not only that, leaving that post wide out of the open to score, you just have two sides being attacked, and Very could not hold on. They were all sent back to the respawn area, and we take a look at the response coming from Padayon. It wasn't only Isabel that was doing all the damage. You take a slight glimpse of how the Talonflame sets it up with the Flame Sweep, and there was just not any sort of spacing at all for Team Very to challenge then. And what could they possibly do? Even if they do have the Rotom on their side, it's not going to matter all too much because they've already ran out of resources trying to contend. And now they just have to fully focus on that Dreadnought once more, and they're slightly behind. This is going to be a little bit more challenging than what it seemed to be. None of them have been able to score pretty much clean goals onto either the top or the bottom. And the last time we saw Padayon attempting on that Dreadnought, they just needed the Dragonite. The rest just had to hold on to just bushes and just catch anybody else that tries to find an opening. There we go. Again,
they were able to take in the Dreadnought once again. They're going to be able to, you know, get this, they're going to be able to get this XP advantage against Very, and they're going to be able to take down the Piloswine. So still not a Mamoswine up until this point. And there goes Serena, going to be able to take down Jib as well. That's going to be 2 down. That's going to be 3 in total for Padayon. They're going to be able to score into the second tier score as well. But with the help of the score shield, they're not going to be able to stop the scoring here from Isabel and Claire. And now they're making sure to use that Sing to escape successfully, and they did. And it looks like in just a few bit we're gonna be seeing that Rotom come up top as well. Never mind, it's already up. It looks like Talonflame is gonna be able to take that one up, but here comes Isabel as well, helping out that Talonflame just to time this Hyper Beam. Oh, actually doesn't time. Jib didn't time it very well. Actually, a little bit too early to steal that Rotom away from Padayon. And look at that, they're gonna be able to take the Rotom and the Dragonite and the Eldegoss as well into the side of Team Very. Not only do they have the XP advantage, but they do have the score advantage as well. It's fine. Here's the thing: Padayon is already cool. Even if they don't take the, the Articuno later, it'll be cool. It'll be cool as long as they can score while Team Very would get the Articuno. They are too much of an elite.
This lead, 7 minutes now, heading to 8. This doesn't seem like it would be even close for Very. The only way out for this situation is to wait for that 2-minute mark to challenge that Zapdos. And I don't see if there's going to be other ways if they're going to be going with that sort of same approach. Very, we saw those initial struggles when they tried to approach it from either side, the top as well as the bottom. They couldn't score any objective in the form of Dreadnought, and they barely survive even if they get their hands on the Rotom. And the threat is coming from multiple areas. There's Gem, there's also Cap, who sets it up so well in order to stop Very from even proceeding to anything that they want to achieve in this matchup. And 3 times in a row, it's a clean take on that Dreadnought, but Neo's going to be blocking this Mamoswine, and here comes the fly!
Once again! Oh my goodness, here comes the heavy slam. Sorry, not the heavy slam, but rather the ice fan coming in from that minus one, but it's not going to be able to help them up. But it looks like there's going to be 40, no make that 80. No, they were able to stop it. But here comes the hyper beam coming in from Isabel to take down that Sylveon. You're going down was what they said. And now I think they're just going to be able to try to defend this Articuno away from Team Very. Let's find out if they're going to be able to successfully do that. However, here comes the Serena coming in from that of the Team Very. Here comes the Sig as well. Poop is going down. Here comes the blast coming in from the mouth of Isabel. It's gonna go down once again. Panda, you are a mammoth right now, but it looks like you're going down as well. Go back to the Ice Age is what they said. Here comes Pokemon trying to retreat back as well, but it looks like Jim here is going to try to score into the bottom lane. Never mind. Ashley goes into that of the Articuno. Everyone is slow into the side of Padayon. They might just be able to take this one away, but it looks like Jim's gonna be able to take that one up away from Team Padayon. They just need to score now. They need to score. They're going for it. They can't let Team Very, they can't defend Team Very here if they want to win. They need to score. They need to score against Team Very because if they can score quickly, it doesn't matter even if they take the Articuno, but Dyson is going to be able to win this one away with quite a mile of a score. My goodness. Direct, are you watching? Are you watching? Contra, look at this.
And this is just going to be a really tough bout for Very to put in those numbers back. Even though they stole that Articuno, the time frame is not going to be enough. They did break open the post over the top lane, but now everybody's defending down bot. How long can Claire hold on? Here comes backup arriving, and it's Cap to try to stop it all. They managed to break open the first goal post down bot, but there's only 8 seconds left. That might just be enough for Padayon here to secure game 1.
Time's up.
My goodness. I have no words for that.
Lose.
Can I just say one statement though? One
ahead.
step for a team. Right? One step for a team. A huge leap for Padayon. They, see, we have the stats, right? We have the stats, Contra. We have the stats. We have the math and all. But again, even with all those research, right? The gameplay itself varies. The gameplay itself is not, it doesn't go one way. And definitely, Padayon showed us that, hey, you might have been, the others or whoever might have been able to research us has been pinning on, Isabel's Dragonite, but going into the game itself, it seems as if they still don't have an answer against, Padayon in general.
Or should I actually put it in a different light where Team Padayon, I wouldn't say over-prepare is the right word, but they definitely have came with all of their equipments, ideas, all on the line. Now, of course, putting pen to paper here on this very match, you saw from minute 1 that challenge in the jungle to stop that Dratini from doing anything at all to evolve much slower as compared to Padayon, who's got free farm in the jungle, and you just got to give applause to every single member of Padayon for crafting these sort of approaches on how you want to negate the enemy team from snowballing into a threat. So once that's true, you just saw Isabel feeling so confident to take everybody on. It's like, yeah, you can try to counter my Dragonite, but I got somebody else who's gonna do the rest of the work for me.
Right. And man, it's just fascinating to see how they improve so much, from the group stage, just going here into the playoffs. And definitely, we might be able to expect the same thing, going into game number 2. But for Team Very, they need to step up their ante. They need to step up here, because if they can't step up, then I think they're going to have a hard time going against, Team Padayon here. But speaking of Team Padayon as well, Contra, you wanna know what's on the receipt that I showed earlier?
Yeah,
so
please translate it to me if it's in
Tagalog.
So
this is one of the members from MNL48. So she said that she's going to eat a mouse if Padayon wins the entire thing. That's quite an exotic food, but I think I'd like to try out. I'd like to try it out sometime. Maybe a fried frog as well. But like, we're not gonna be talking about that this time. We're not gonna be talking about it this time. I just really want you to know what's up with the receipts. Making this really exciting, and it looks like everyone is looking out for that member right now in our viewers.
Okay, and yeah, like possibly we need pictures or that never happened, right? So, well,
we need the receipts.
Yeah, we need receipts, we need proof, or even live stream later on after all these matches are concluded. So, yeah, that's something that fans will be looking forward to outside of all these matches here to, of course, happen in moments time. So. Let's also wind it a little back to what just happened in that very first matchup between both of these teams. I think very stick to the usual of things that they've been playing for the past couple of games. Back in the group stages, we see the Sylveon, and I don't think that there was too many of a big change other than, of course, picking up that Dragonite that you've mentioned. They've been training it out, and although there was instances where it has certain impact, especially when she does have the Unite with Draco impact, but it's not as astounding as compared to a full team of Padayon just full sending it from all fronts. And as much as Isabel, of course, was scoring a lot, I think my attention was drawn to this Talonflame that was played to perfection. I think there's no other better words for me to describe it. The flame sweeps were perfectly on time, and I think that if they keep up with this sort of momentum, they could have it in the back as we go in for a little bit of rewind of the highlights. And of course, this was Padayon starting off with that 5-minute 100-pointer lead, and this is a huge team fight, which we last saw. Isabel stomped on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna be talking about it as well, I think we would have to give props as well. One of the players that actually, was outstanding in this game would be Miho. Disrupting Jib's Dragonite essentially into the in the jungle. And I think that is one of the highest factor that Padayon got against Very, because if Jib here was able to scale up pretty quickly, I think they would have an equal footing against Padayon here.
Yeah, and I guess that we were all fixated on defending after losing so much points to Padayon in that early skirmish, and they start to rush to many of all these objectives, which they don't really have the levels to, of course, back in terms of damage output, and it's hard for them to find somebody to pick up. You always have this Crustle as well as Wigglytuff on that front line. Then what are you going to do about that Serena as well as the Talonflame if you're going to be so fixated on trying to catch out that Dragonite, which is so slippery with the Dragon Dance and, of course, with the Draco Impact as well. So it was pretty tough for Very to navigate in many of all these 5 versus 5 scenarios.
Right, and at the same, it's just their gameplay in general is just so different. It's just so different, honestly. It's I don't know how to say this. It's like a different team that play from the group stages, going into the playoffs. Especially that previously they were a little bit too scared, too passive, but this time they ensure that they are always taking the pace of the game. And right now we are proceeding into game number 2. Perhaps this might be the last game if Padayon wins here. But if Very wins, then we're going to be proceeding into game number 3. But let's have a champion time.
That's right. Back to the remote stadium as we are witnessing a very standard start for Team Very as they go on a split, and it seemed like Chips just going to be checking out if there's going to be any sort of invades, and lo and behold, that Crustle is slowly making her way into the enemy lines once more. So I guess that she might have actually expected this sort of movements, but it's Mio who's basically yanking away some of all these wild Pokemon and now challenging on possible cooldown. But Neo is dropping some health bars, and Jib may have actually won this sort of trade. Do have a little bit more of the damage output coming out. Jib goes in for the first takedown.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a extension here coming in from Miho. Because see, you're gonna be invading, right? You're gonna be invading the jungle lane of the other team, right? And you don't want them to take their spawns, but at the same time, you don't want them to take you out as well. Because if you're gonna be taken out, then it's just as if they were able to take down the their own spawn, regardless, right?
Yeah, you get back the EXP, and they're just gonna have a smoother time as compared to Isabel, who couldn't really get that extra EXP. It's not gonna hurt them too much per se, but of course that Crustle now losing a slight bit of EXP by doing so, and I guess she's just gonna go for round 2, just seeking things out inside of the jungle once again. And now that the Talonflame is gonna be having a better level advantage, this is gonna be harder. There's no camps left available, so I think that she looks like a lost sheep right now, so might as well join in some team fights. But now getting caught into a really interesting position. I guess Mio's just gonna do pretty fine, though with just one level down. Eventually she'll just catch up.
Right, and let's find out. We are now currently 40 seconds before the first objective of the game. That, of course, is the Rotom and the Dragonite. The Dragonite, sorry. The Rotom and the Dreadnought. I'm gonna get removed on the spot here. I am sorry.
Don't worry. I'm pretty sure you'll get recharged in the jiffy as we carry on with this game. Now, 2 members of Padayon up in the middle. They can rotate on either lanes when necessary. And it seems like there's a little bit of a hustle going on. Pupe as well as Pakwon trying to startle Cap, who's currently holding on, but there's not going to be much health bars left as they go in with the triple sweep. And that's going to be 26 points added up together. Just a slight lead for Very Very at the moment. And this is going to be huge for both teams to challenge the Dreadnought.
Yeah, I mean, Isabel, though, is currently into the Dragonite. I like the composition here coming from Very Very. They do have an enormous amount of CC here with Panda's Crustle and, of course, the Pikachu. And, of course, the Flame Sweep coming in from that of the Talonflame. But is it going to be enough? That is the big question here. And it looks like... Oh! Jib was able to take down the Dreadnought for them. But is that enough, though? This is the first Dreadnought, right? And definitely, as we have been talking about previously, it's the most important Dreadnought of the game. Just like the rest of the Dreadnought, it's just the rest of the Dreadnought is just the Dreadnought to catch up to your opponents. But this time, it's just different.
Yeah, and I really gotta commend on what Panda just did there to set up for that Dreadnought. You saw 2 members were zoned out, the Wigglytuff as well as I believe it was the Serena that was trying to get in as well, not having much help for us to get deeper into that pit, and therefore there was a better opportunity for Very Very to come in with the steal. Now they're gonna go for something that's pretty much a standard pick, but that's 40 points coming from Padayon as they rush towards the top, and Isabel has been able to open up the first goal post as they will get a little bit more of a room to rotate. Then Isabel plotting for a flank Jib, diving inwards, and this might just be the perfect setup. This is gonna be hard for them to get anything off, but Padayon, they're holding them back, and they're just waiting for that golden opportunity to strike and score with 4 goals. Panda just trying to knock them all back, but that's not enough to stop Padayon from getting all these points as they take down the first goal down 5.
Right, and here you go. It looks like they're going to be able to try to stomp in here against Very Very. Oh, actually used Thunderstorm to no avail, and actually used one attack here to take down Serena into the side of Padayon. See, this score right now, 227 to 186, is still, that not that far off. but it could go worse. You know, it could go worse. You know, Team Very here could still get more points, especially that nobody's going into the Rotom. We're currently at a 4-minute mark. It's definitely going to be coming out in 20 more seconds before the Zapdos comes out. So it's going to be it's going to be what do you call it? An issue. You know, a question of who's going to be able to take down the Rotom before the Zapdos later. I think that would give a huge opportunity to anyone, to any team that would be able to take that one up and provide a lot of pressure as well. But Cat here needs to be really careful here, really low on HP, gets a fly. I think they just need to allow the Rotom here. Oh, never mind. It looks like everyone is going up top. And Isabella currently into the back door as well, trying to catch up into the Sound Flame with the help of the Dragon Giants. Still not going to be enough, however, to catch up. I think they're just going to be able to go back. And as I mentioned, they just need to bring down the Rotom into that of the top lane. Second tier score goal into the top lane. Since it's not really going to be doing them a lot of a damage.
Yeah, and it's going to get a little bit harder for them to find areas to score. Now that the map's wide open, you've only got the second tier goals open up for the taking. So 1 more minute before we have our major objective coming up online, and Mio already setting it up as they spot out Plutov, who's trying to get into the Vespi Queen camp, and quickly with the rest of the Padayon members being around, they will be able to stash up all this energy, and you're going to be stacking it up until you get to that 2-minute mark to right in. And Draco Impact drops in, but it's not going to do all too much to Poopy. Now they go chase, and they take down Cav. And with that sort of opening, this might just set them up for some success for those upcoming objectives that's going to be spawned up, and starting with the Rotom up top.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of what Isabel just did, you know, with the Draco Impact going into the sector score goal, just because of the fact that number 1, the Zapdos is coming out in just a bit. And number 2, you don't have a Unite move, right? You don't have a Unite move going into the Zapdos fight. So
yeah,
that's actually quite... Oh, never mind though. They were able to steal down the Rotom. Never mind what I'm not a fan of, because they're gonna be able to take down that Rotom and gonna be able to help them up as well. But it looks like Poopy right now is going to go in on the Zapdos, trying to check in for an enemy. It looks like nobody's here, and I think they're gonna be starting this Zapdos as well. But everyone is complete here. They can't allow this. You know, very here, if they want to still keep on going, they need to be able to get a team ace here against Padayon. But let's find out if that's going to be able to do it. Look at that fly, counter fly coming in from Div here. But there goes the Thunderstorm. And Flame Sweep is going to be used. Mio looks like going down. There's going to be 1 down for Team Padayon. There goes an 88 points coming in from that of the Serena downtown, and there goes another 100. It looks like Very needs to be able to stop them here. Isabel's gonna be able to, oh, never mind, it wasn't Isabel, but it was Gemma able to take down that Crosshill as well. It looks like they are currently in the lead in 203 points. But are they gonna be able to take this Zapdos away from Very? Because they need to secure this. If Very can secure this one away from them, then Padayon is going to be losing this one, but it's not what's going to be happening. Miho is going to have the last hit into the Zapdos, and they just need to run away, do the score goals to score in, but there goes the X-Scissor to try to stop them, and here comes another score coming in from Padayon. They are just widening the gap here. Is Team Very going to be able to catch up in points? Never mind! The 50 points is going down! They need to be able to stop this arena from getting that 100. Oh, they are currently on a very bad position right now. There's only like less than 100 points in lead for Team Padayon. They need to be able to stop. Oh, never mind. Well, Pac-1 doesn't have any points here. Just less than 10 seconds. They won't be able to score in. It looks like Padayon's going to be winning here 2-0 against Team Very, and is going to be proceeding to our grand finals.
Padayon has done it, and your predictions have been pixel perfect. 2-0 in favor of Team Padayon of MNL48, and you just saw how everything unfolded. They got that Rotom perfectly in time to charge into the enemy goal. They went in for the Zapdos, bait everybody else that's going to be challenging Team Very have to make quick moves, and to double it on top of what's happening in that middle of a big mess of a fight, it was the Talonflame from Cath that scored from the bottom post as well to make that double point and then go for that Zapdos. There was so many things done in the span of within a minute that got them the game. And that response coming from Very was to immediately dive into the back line, hoping to get the final few pointers in. But even by doing so, it wasn't enough, as the Zapdos gave them just about enough more of an opening, and they just went in for the instant score. And we congratulate Padayon for an impeccable play once again, wowing us out, and they will be meeting up with Team Yummy Remote.
Now here's the thing. It's only it's only a matter of this question. Is it Padayon in the bag, or is it Yummy Remote in the bag? Honestly, you guys saw our hairs. It was a little bit messy because of what happened. It's quite fascinating to watch. And, you know, honestly, at first I was a little bit scared, you know, kind of scared for Padayon for game number 2, especially into going into how do you say this? The overextension here from Miho wasn't able to really scale up quickly compared to game number 1. But you know what? It looks like I had nothing to worry about. It looks like they're gonna be winning this one up with a 2-0. And man, it looks like our Rattatas are getting prepared here with with a 2-0 for Padayon here. It looks like somebody's gonna be eating up with a real feast. You know what I'm saying?
Well, quite the delicacy. I mean, I've never really tried it myself, so I really do wonder. But when we take a look back into the game, right? Like, Very had some really good early game going on. Like, they managed to or spot out that sort of the movement inside the jungle, bring out that early level verse across the and start to pile up upon the bottom side. And I guess that they've also got the first Dreadnought. But what seemed to be the core issue for Team Very that led them to this really close game, and at this point, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, it was just 1 point to separate both of them apart. And I think that the game changer here is this Rotom that we're seeing. If they got this Rotom, maybe that situation couldn't have been that bad after all.
Yeah, and man, it's really, it's I have no words still. It's just fascinating to see what happened, you know, especially that this is what you're saying, right? Like the Talonflame getting in, destroying the score, and doing that math as well, you know, allowing that Wigglytuff, of course, allowing that Wigglytuff to score in first before the Talonflame to ensure that they would overcap is just amazing. Isabel, what is up?
Well, Isabel, could you hear us?
Is this
well?
I'm sorry.
possible-
I'm sorry. I had
No
my
worries.
mic
There you go.
muted. I'm sorry. What was that?
All good, all good.
I didn't catch
We missed
it.
you.
I missed
All right,
you guys
JJ.
too.
Go ahead, ask
All
again.
right, so yeah, what is up? What is up?
What? The sky?
What,
I don't
what
know.
happened? What happened on that game? What happened on your game versus Very?
I guess our practice paid off. Our practice and trust to one another. It showed. It showed, and I'm really proud of the girls because despite playing really far from each other's homes, we somehow are still united. Oh my gosh!
Yes, you all are, and I really love those creative ideas when we saw, you know, that sort of invade into the jungle, disturbing their enemy speedster in there, and that, of course, got you all lead for game 1. Game 2, however, you know, like, there were a little bit of challenges, so talk me through, were there any given point of time that you felt like, oh no, there's a chance that they might take this away?
Honestly speaking, no. I have full trust in my teammates that we have each other's back.
We love it. We love it. Yeah,
Man, I just really like this. I really like this confidence with Isabel because, like, not a lot of players have confidence. Not even, you know, even outside here in this tournament, you know, and to be able to back it up with a gameplay like what Padayon just did, that confidence plus the gameplay, team synergy is just, that'll bring you to the grand finals. And it did. It did.
You guys want to know a little secret? I'm actually super nervous and scared as well. But because of my teammates, that's where I get my confidence from. I get it from the girls.
That's great, and all of you had each other's back, and that's how things, of course, worked out in favor of your team. So, any wise words for those who have, of course, witnessed this 2-0 victory, and anyone you want to dedicate this victory to?
Oh, dedicate this victory. Ooh! If anything, I'd like to dedicate it to MNL48, of course, because Padayon as a whole is so proud to represent MNL48, to represent the Philippines. Let's go. And obviously to my mother, because she sees how stressed I am, to the point that usually when mothers see, gamers play, they get mad na. You always sit on the computer all day, all you do is play. But no, my mom is so supportive. She brings me food and she's like, she tells me to take a rest, straighten my back, rest my eyes. She doesn't get mad at me for playing. If anything, she's super supportive, and her support, it paid off. Look at where I am, Mama. Look, hi, Mama.
Definitely. Yeah,
Mama, you're the big MVP behind Isabel.
Yeah, she definitely is the MVP.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We don't want to hold you any further. We know you want your, little break, before heading to the grand finals. I just want to ask you one last question. Do you know what Princess is up to right now? And do you have any words for Princess?
Ate Princess? No, what's she up to? I have no idea what's going on. Mahal, anong
meron? So Princess said that she's gonna be eating a mouse, yeah. Eating a mouse when you guys win. So what do you say about that?
For real?
Yeah.
Make it two! Make it two!
Make it two? Oh, okay.
Make it two.
You joining her?
All right.
Make it two!
So hey, it looks like there's going to be a mouse fest here for MNL48 when they win. So thank you very much, Isabel, for being with us here, and good luck to the grand finals. Contra, it has been quite a really great match. I have no words anymore for this one. It's just really amazing, and I can't wait to get into the grand finals as well.
I can't wait as well, and the upcoming match will feature Team Padayon, who's just won this stellar display of a 2-0 victory, and on the other side, of course, is the formidable Yummy Remote that have defied all expectation, and they are now here to challenge Team Padayon. So this is going to be a best of 5 as compared to a best of 3. So up next, I'm going to be taking a back seat. I'm just going to be watching, grabbing myself like a bag of popcorn. Well, of course, I'll let that lead to be casting this along with you. So I really wonder what's going to happen now that it's a best of 5. It's a different ball game, JJ.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to be able to adjust your opponents in one game's time, but it's also a different story altogether to be able to have that leeway to adjust to your opponents in a best of 5 fashion. You need to score 3 wins against your opponents, and honestly, I'll be putting up my predictions right here, right now. I think it's going to be a 3-2 Padayon.
Yeah,
but it could be anyone's game, but all I know for sure is that it's going to get into Game 5. And I think our viewers as well would like to see Game 5. Won't you want to see a Game 5 Contra?
Yeah, I would say it's 3-2. I'm not going to say the team name that's going to be winning it, so I'll leave that as a cliffhanger. So I guess that's all for me. So I would like you guys to join us once again in a few minutes' time for the grand finals of the Pokémon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. See you in a moment.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. It is grand final time, okay? It's not grand final day anymore, it's grand final time, where we have our two finalists that are going to be going head-to-head for the champion title. JJ-kun, I'm really looking forward to this. We've got two fantastic teams in Yummy Remote and Padayon who'll be going head-to-head in a best-of-5 series, and I suspect we're going to be going for all 5 games today.
I actually think so as well, but you do know that I trust my girls here, you know. So I'll be sending them. It's not possible, you know. Like it's not that it's not possible. I really think that it's highly possible that we're gonna be seeing game 5. With how Padayon has been, you know, going against, you know, Team Very earlier, I think they have a really high chance of getting this into a trio.
I mean, fair enough. Okay, you have your girls, I have mine. We'll see what happens later on once the girls do actually participate. But before we jump into the grand finals, let's just have a quick recap of what ended up happening in today's matches. Because of course, these teams, they didn't just go straight to the grand finals. They did have to fight for it. And for our first semi-final match of the day, it was SteZie versus Yummy Remote, and I have to say this series was a lot closer than I suspected between these two teams. If you missed out on this, do go back and watch it. It's a really exciting one. SteZie put up a heck of a fight against Yummy Remote, but luckily for Yummy Remote, able to get it in the last minute and able to make their way to the grand final. Whereas for Padayon, who went up against Very in the second semi-final match of the day, it was actually a lot more one-sided, where Padayon, I have to say, these girls, they look great today, much better than last week even.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time, you know, like I already announced this publicly before that I was actually looking forward into like SteZie winning against Yummy Remote, but like this performance coming from Yummy Remote against SteZie is just phenomenal, and it's definitely going to be really a close match, you know, with the Yummy Remote and Padayon, and it could be anyone's game.
It could be anyone's game, but now that we're basically in the best of 5 grand final now, I want to know what's going to happen here. Are we going to be seeing a lot of changes? We already have seen Padayon adjust their style of play to accommodate their opponents, because I feel like this is something that they're the only ones that have really done it, right? Like, they respect that their lineup is very Isabelle centric, and the reason why it's Isabelle centric is because she is the playmaker. She's the one that secures their mid game. She does a lot of the damage. She's a massive playmaker for the team, and knowing that she's going to have a pretty big target on her back, I love the fact that they've actually sent out their teammate to harass the enemy jungler so that Isabelle is guaranteed a safe jungle. Now, Yummy Remote, the one thing that we have seen from Yummy Remote so far is that the team is generally stable, right? Really stable team. I'm wondering, do they have something that they're hiding against Padayon? Because they haven't shown it yet. Speaking of, have they hidden anything? Let's ask the girls.
Yeah, let's ask them directly, I guess. Let's find out if we're gonna be seeing anything, if we're gonna be hearing anything from them. So hello, welcome back, you guys.
Hello. We are Yummy Remote.
There you go. And of course, we're gonna be introducing ourselves again.
Hello, I'm Jane.
Hello, I'm Janice.
Hello, I'm Kit.
And yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Welcome
Hi.
back here. Welcome back here. Isabelle is on my right side on your screen right now. I think let's have we prepared a little bit of questions here. Denali, would you like to go first?
All right, so I'll ask Yummy Remote first, and then Isabelle can answer. So, firstly, Yummy Remote, you've made it to the grand finals. You're sitting there, and the game is about to start. I want to know how you're feeling right now, making it here.
We have come so far from the beginning, and I think our practice is worthy right now today. So we're gonna try our best and do what we have planned to fight against our opponent.
And the same to you, Isabel. I want to know how you're feeling that your team has actually made it this far and made it to the grand finals.
I'm actually really, really happy, and I'm visibly shaking, honestly. When I play, I can see my thumbs shake on the screen.
There you go. And hey, I have another question, a follow-up question for Isabel first, and then to Yummy Remote. What is your, well, essentially your final message to your opponent?
I'll go first.
Yeah, please. Isabel first,
Okay.
and then Yummy Remote.
All right. Yummy Remote. Let's have fun, okay? Let's have fun and play. I honestly have no idea what to say because if anything, I don't know. If anything, I just feel really happy to be here right now. So, if anything, I'm just really excited to see you girls on the battlefield. Let's have fun, okay?
All right, same question to Yummy Remote.
Let's enjoy the battle, and Padayon, please be kind to us.
All right, so these are our competitors for our grand finals. You guys are excited. We are excited as well, and we want to see you guys fight it off and have some fun for our grand finals. Zanelli, it's just, this is the culmination of everything. This is the grand finals. We've been through 2 days of group stages. We've been through 2 semi-final matches for the playoffs, and now we're here. This is it. It's about to go down.
I'm getting warm because I feel like the atmosphere is rising, okay? The teams are getting ready, I'm getting ready. I'm not even the one playing, okay? We're spectating these games. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I've played a couple matches, but this is going to be such an exciting series because we're looking at 2 very talented teams. We have Padayon, who I feel is very reactive. I love the way that they respond to their opponents. They understand their weakness and they're trying to accommodate it. Whereas Yummy Remote, they're a little... Okay, I think I have to be very straightforward with this. The team is very, very stiff, right? They have Pokemon they love playing. They have strat that they love playing. But so far, it has worked, so they haven't really needed to change. So the fact that they're so rock solid and so confident in their strat, you also need to be a little bit wary of your Padayon, right? You got to be thinking, okay, why are they not changing Pokemon? Are they that confident that this composition is 100% going to win them the game? And of course, in the first series, it worked out for Yummy Remote. So we could be seeing the same thing here in the grand final. And so Padayon, I want to know what they're going to do about this. Are they just going to crack through Yummy Remote's composition and force them to change? Or is it going to be the other way around? And Yummy Remote will be the ones that Padayon are just going to have to consistently react to.
Right. So here's the thing, right? With the inclusion of Dragonite, right, in Pokemon Unite, it has been quite a steamrolled at the moment that if one team has Dragonite, it's almost a guarantee win if it scales up quickly and in the early game as well. But one thing to use as a counter against these kinds of strategy is, one, to ensure that you use the Dragonite as well and have the better scaling. And another one is to use, I guess, what we have been seeing so far, Project Y from Japan, whereas you're just going to be scoring in. Because one thing that Padayon is doing here, as you if you can observe, is that they have been forcing the issue, forcing the team fights against the other teams, so that they would be able to scale. If they are able to avoid team fights that Padayon is forcing them into, I think they would have a better chance of winning, especially if they're going to be doing or at least something similar to that of Japan's Project Y.
And then there's also something else we should discuss, right? And it's the items that are being picked up by Padayon. So you mentioned in the previous match that they played just now, right, that the team predominantly runs a lot of scoring centric items. And we saw it come into effect in their previous series. Now, seeing that as Yummy Remote, are you going to be concerned that you're going up against an opponent that's going to be focusing so heavily on scoring? Because it's very hard to actually counter that particular playstyle unless you're drafting expecting that playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, see, One thing though, one thing to counter that kind of strategy is to force them into team fights. Essentially denying them of all the points, denying them of the XP as well, and of course snowballing up into the late game. If they can't do that, then they're gonna be eaten up by the scores. Because like if you're gonna be scoring, even if Padayon won't force the issue of a team fight, just scoring in that alone allows them to get XPs as well. So that is something that they have to counter as well. They need to be able to force the team fights against Padayon and win at the same time. Because if they're just going to be focusing the team fight against Padayon, we both know that this Dragonite here from Isabel doesn't come out of the lanes until it becomes a Dragonite. So they would have to find a way to delay Isabel. And as we've discussed previously, that Isabel is basically the one that's bringing everyone up as well to allow them to scale up. And if they are going to be able to delay Isabel, then that also means that they're delaying the entire team for Padayon.
Yeah. So before we jump into this match, it's going to be 20 seconds before we jump into it. But let's take a look at some of the Pokemon that have already appeared on both of these teams. So, of course, the talk of the town, we've got Isabel playing on that Dragonite. Very, very big tempo controller. But on the side of Yummy Remote, we actually have a fair number of players on their side that are, I think, equally as impactful. And I feel like it has to be Jane and her Talonflame, right? She almost feels like she's in every single team fight. She's everywhere. She's constantly participating in those battles, and she's getting some crucial knockouts. I feel like, is this going to be a player that you'll have to target if you're Padayon? Because we saw that happen actually last game, where I believe it was Kath who rotated into the enemy jungle as Crustle to slow down the jungler.
That was Miho. That was Miho.
Oh, was it Miho?
That has been that was Miho that has been invading to the enemy jungle. See, I think Jane here is going to go in for the Dragonite. As I mentioned, one of the strategies going against a Dragonite is to ensure that your opponent is going to give them their own medicine. And it looks like that is what's going to be happening. We see the Dragonite into the side of Yummy Remote, and of course at the same time, Padayon here is adjusting against them, actually bringing out the Cramorant of Cat here instead of the Talonflame, and is actually doing a 1-1 tree rotation now. Interesting. We haven't seen this before. This is a 1-1 tree rotation from Padayon, so really interesting stuff here. This is the first time that they're going to be doing this in stream.
It's the first time. Yeah, so this is really, really interesting actually coming up from Padayon, but also we have to take into consideration, right? I love that Yummy Remote did anticipate that maybe their own Dragonite was going to be taking some pressure in the jungle, so they brought in their the Eldegoss to actually just sort of walk around and see if there was going to be anyone coming through, which isn't the case. But instead, looks like we've got a battle actually happening in that bottom lane. And so far we've got a lot of Pokemon here on the side of Yummy Remote, but the knockouts are actually going to be on the side of Padayon. They actually lost Isabel, they lost the Snorlax and the Chansey as well. That's a big victory for Yummy Remote.
Now, I really like what Padayon is doing here. Obviously going in for the Blissey is a way to go to deflect that Sing from the Wigglytuff, but at the same time, this is what I'm talking about. They are ensuring that Padayon gets their own taste, gets a taste of their own medicine, and that is just what happened to that of the bottom lane. Essentially taking 3 of them out, and just like that, Isabel is currently I think delayed now.
Yes, she did get delayed a little bit. Luckily, she's still equal level with the opposing Dragonite, but we're so used to seeing Isabel be a Dragonite so early in the game, and she was just moving around, grabbing those very easy picks for the team. But again, we're seeing another rotation here. I'm really surprised, actually, right? Because you would think that Isabel would want to stay in the jungle and wait until Dragonite. They're still going to apply the pressure. Big Hurricane catching up too. They're going to be able to get that quick pick up there onto the Pikachu. They still get these 2 remaining knocks. They will get the Wigglytuff, and Kate's still alive, will eat both citruses to prevent Miho from getting that regen, but it doesn't matter. She's just going to be able to get out of there. And Isabel, now a Dragonite, chasing the opposing Dragonair.
No. Isabel is still a Dragonair. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. How Isabel is currently delayed right now, and it's actually quite surprising to see as well that you saw that what we saw that Isabel actually went out of the jungle despite not still being a Dragonite to help out and try to answer back. But look at this right now. We're gonna be seeing some things here from the side of Yami Remote, but we're gonna be seeing that one as well to take down the Eldegoss. That's gonna be one into the side of Yami Remote, but there is one help from the Blissey. No one safeguard from the Blissey. Allow them to CC everyone from Padayon. Essentially puts them to sleep and punish.
Downside with the MVP play. Now they're just going to get a couple of quick cheesy goals there, but that was such a big win for Yami Remote. Not only did they get a team elimination, but they also got the Dreadnought, which is going to put them ahead in terms of experience. There is no Rotom as it was taken a little bit earlier, but we know that Padayon wants to snowball. This is a team that wants to be the ones to apply the pressure, and it's really tough to do so when you're at a level disadvantage.
Yeah, and now it's they just really need to get in, yeah, see, Padayon has the lead in terms of points right now, 5 minute mark. But even if that is the case, like this lead isn't that much of a difference. Going into late game, into the Zapdos and the Rotoms, so they can easily just pull this off. But the XP advantage that Yami Remote now has against Padayon is actually so much that Padayon is going to have a hard time against.
Oh, that Draco Impact almost managed to get the knockout there onto the opposing Serena, but just lived on a sliver of HP. Would have been a nice little win there, but there's a Cramorant Unite move actually being used in that bottom lane. They want to pop that goal open, and Yami Remote, they're trying to protect it. It looks like they won't be able to. Now it's going to be them on the retreat because they don't have the speed buff anymore, and now they won't be able to get that regen off. But look at Jane with the backstab, getting a score in the back line. That's actually going to be both teams with both of their bottom first goals eliminated. And 10 seconds to go, we've got Dreadnought coming in. But wow, Yami Remote going top lane instead. Okay, they're going to go for Rotom.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, Yami Remote has the advantage on the XP, and they don't currently have it now. But in terms of team fight, Yami Remote is, Yami Remote has been winning a team fight, and Padayon needs to be able to scale up here quickly if they want to go against Yami Remote, because obviously, as we can see, Blissey isn't working out pretty well for them. And the CC is a little bit, I mean, like, they have all the CCs, right? They have the Snorlax, they have the Cramorant, but at the same time, they are using their CC moves, Surf and Hurricane, when they're literally in front of their enemy. Whereas, you'd want to CC them out when you're in the back lane, so that your attackers, say the Serena and the Dragonite, would be able to deal the follow-up damage.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's really tough to play Cramorant as well, because there's such a fine line between being too far from the fight that you can't get those optimal Hurricane Surfs off, and then it's like you're too close and all of a sudden you get deleted because Cramorant with that build has no escape mechanism. So it's a really tough balancing act to play as that Cram. I mean, so far it's not too bad, but I think the biggest team fight is going to be around the Zapdos, right? Like, that hard CC from the Cram is going to be determining someone's fate, especially when you're taking such a big objective such as that Zapdos. But it looks like Isabel might be under some pressure here. She's got 50 points, but look at all these Pokemon.
Draco Impact to score, and see, this is one thing that I'm not a huge fan of that Isabel has been doing since earlier. It's that, making use of the Unite move early in the game. Well, it's late game, but they're using it literally a minute before the Zapdos, and that only means that you won't be able to have your Unite move on the Zapdos fight. So it's more of a one problem, to deal with going against Yami Remote or any of their opposing teams, actually.
Yeah. It probably depends on how you want to do it, right? I mean, you could kind of justify the move if you tell your team like, hey, I want to use the Unite move here. Let's try and delay that Zapdos. And I feel like they've got a lineup that's actually pretty good at doing that, especially the Snorlax, right? Snorlax is such a good Pokemon at slowing down objectives that are going to be taken. But you know what I do like?
I do like this.
I love Rotoms being taken right before Zapdos because it forces
I like that
Pokemon
as
on
well.
the opposing side to defend it. Yeah. So they have to defend it, and look at this. Zapdos is now exposed, and Yummy Remote are coming into this with a numbers disadvantage.
Oh my goodness. Here we come. We're going to be seeing another team fight here. There goes the Gatling Belt Missile from that of the Cramorant. But let's find out if they're going to be able to take this one up. They know for a fact that they are leading in terms of points. Padayon here, but they just need to be able to defend this away from Yummy Remote. They don't need to take this one up. But looks like the Pikachu going down. And there goes the Draco Impact. Oh my goodness. Oh, never mind. No, I just remembered one thing, but I'll talk about it later. But look at that. We're going to be able to take down this this Zapdos away from Yummy Remote. Okay, now that that's all done, right? Like, they're just going to be scoring in. Oh, but there's 200 into the side. There's 200 into the side. They're counter scoring, yeah. There's 200.
Is it enough?
Oh.
Is it going to be enough?
They need to be able. They need to jump.
100 pointer. 100 pointer. They can't
They need to stop that one from the bottom lane. They need to stop. Oh, never mind. Look at that. Cramorant is doing a pretty good job into stopping this one up. There goes the Draco Impact, not getting hitting anyone, and there's no score going down. There's no score here for Yummy Remote for them to catch up into Padayon. Oh, and it looks like Isabel is doing a sneak here. Isabel is doing a sneak here to try to score more, to widen the gap here against Team Yummy Remote.
Man,
now see, okay.
Go on.
Oh, you were saying, yeah. You know what? You go on first before I say my stuff.
It's alright, you go on first. It looks like it's gonna be Padayon's game.
3, 2.
Yeah. So here's what I realized. I just realized right now. See, I've been saying that I'm not a fan of anyone using Unite move 1 minute, right? 1 minute before the Zapdos, because you're not going to have your Unite move, right? You're not going to have your Unite move before the Zapdos. I just realized that Dragonite's Unite move, the percentage that you chip off of the Unite move, the Draco Impact, depends on the range, whether you're going to be going too far away or near you. Right? No, I know. I just realized now that I've been saying that for the past few games, and I just realized, oh, right, I remember. That's why they have been using it, the score goal where they're literally beside, which, costs 25 at the minimum. If I'm not mistaken, 25% at the minimum, only so that they would still be able to do it later on. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, I think that's going to get nerfed a little bit later on, because to only cost 25, it's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap for a Unite move. I do suspect this to be nerfed, unfortunately, but you got to utilize your whole kit, right? And especially for Dragonite, it's so annoying because you've got this Pokemon that is a powerhouse, but also has a Unite move that acts as like a secondary form of as like teleportation, and you can't cancel it. You can't cancel Draco Impact. So that's like the biggest pain in the backside. It almost makes you think like, what kind of changes are going to happen? Like, are you going to make it interruptible? Because that would be pretty crazy, actually, right? To be able to cancel Unite moves, because you don't really get to do that unless you're a Slowbro.
Yep.
I think Slowbro is the only Pokemon that can really cancel Unite moves. So
with a Slow Beam.
Yeah.
It's once again, guys, terribly sorry for that, for the misinformation. I've been playing Dragonite. It got away of my mind. It went out of my mind because the games were just really amazing. I was focusing too much of the game on the game that I forgot that that's how Draco Impact works. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Stuff happens. But speaking of stuff that's happened, So we've already completed our first game. Padayon, they look great. And this was also off the back of the fact that they had a pretty terrible laning stage, right? Like Isabel, her Dragonite full evolution was delayed. They lost the first Dreadnought. They were able to get the second one because Yummy Remote actually prioritized Rotom over getting that Dreadnought. So they did have the catch-up mechanism. But their response to Zapdos, I think, was great. Like they did such a good job at picking off. Getting that Rotom before the Zapdos was also a very important factor to getting that endgame victory because Eldegoss and Serena weren't there for the fight for Yummy Remote. They were fighting 3v5. And then by the time they did arrive, Pikachu was gone, right? Pikachu got eliminated. You didn't have a frontliner to protect the Pikachu, so you lost your main source of damage.
Yeah, and you know, it's just that we just saw our predictions here. So yeah, we weren't able to show you guys our predictions, but here's our prediction here. We're currently at 0-1, right? Currently 0-1. Here's Danelli's prediction. Here's my prediction. As you all know, we trust our girls here. And currently at 0-1. Currently at 0-1. Again, guys, this is the best of 5. This is the best of 5. Yummy Remote here can just adjust into game number 2. Could still be anyone's game. Just because they got the first game doesn't mean they would be snowballing. But that is what we're hoping for. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're hoping for.
Bias caster. Going into
No!
Alright, you're forgiven. Go ahead. Professionalism. So going into game 2, we're gonna probably see some changes here for Yummy Remote, right? I mean, they played solid. It's just, it almost feels like the approach to Zapdos is gonna have to change. They're gonna have to figure out how do they guarantee that their whole team can be at Zapdos, because of course Zapdos, it is, firstly, it's a trap objective. Okay, some people think Zapdos is the objective in the end game. Technically, it is not the objective. It is a objective that you can utilize. It is not the be-all, end-all. Scoring is the be-all, end-all. So I want to know, how does Yummy Remote change to adapt to this? Because of course they already adapted by picking up a Dragonite themselves. Their general play style, I feel, was great, right? They feel much more aggressive than their first series, which is strange because I'm so used to seeing them play defensively. So how are they going to change things up in this next game to try and tie this series 1-1? Because it would be really, really difficult to come back from being 0-2 in a best-of-5 series.
It's actually going to be, I'm not entirely sure how they can adjust against Padayon here. You know, they've done their stuff. They definitely showed us that they can be aggressive, you know, into going against Padayon, essentially, you know, taking out everyone from Padayon as well. Into the early game, unfortunately, they weren't able to maintain that aggression going into the late game. I guess that's the thing that they have to do, because like their early game was working out pretty well for them in game number 1. They just need to maintain that aggression going into the late game, into the mid game, into the late game, because if not, then we're definitely going to be seeing another what we call this, we're going to be seeing the history repeating itself for game number 2.
Yeah, and Isabel actually coming into that bottom lane already, and it looks like both Dragon Airs are going to be coming to their team's help. But look at that big whirlpool coming in from Cass! It just deletes the Dragon Air. That actually lost a lot of damage on the side of Yummy Remote, but actually Isabel also went down on Padayon, so both junglers actually trading their lives in that bottom lane engagement. Already we can see that both of these teams, they value that bottom lane Dreadnought. They really want to try and get a foothold of that lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, and look at this right now though. We're currently in 8 minutes 20 seconds. We're gonna be seeing what we call this, the middle Corpishes, the middle Corpish to come out as well. It's 8:45, but in just a bit, of course, we're gonna be seeing the bees come out as well, 7:20. Before we see our first objectives, of course, the Rotom and that of the Dreadnought. But currently, right now, it looks like Yummy Remote has overall, XP advantage against Padayon. So if Padayon won't be able to do this properly, I think they're going to get punished once again.
That could be the case, but top lane matchup, it looks like it's going to be in favor of Padayon. Gem does have a level advantage over... Ooh, and I'm sorry, he's actually trying to be aggressive herself now. Because she's not fully evolved, she's not going to be doing as much damage as Gem. And so there is an opportunity here for them to potentially try and take out Gem, but instead they'll get some quick goals. Isabel is now fully evolved as that Dragonite. And now it's going to be the reign of this Dragonite. Still sitting on the Dragonair here for Jane. Jane is not level 8 yet. Interesting.
See, this is oh my goodness. This is gonna be really hard for them, especially that we do know for a fact that once Isabel gets a Dragonite, that aggression is never gonna stop. So unless Zania would be able to get that Dragonite before the Dreadnought fight, yeah, then they're gonna have a hard time. But let's find out if that's gonna be the case here, as they're gonna go to try to ambush. Very amazing safeguard here to try to stop that sleep, that Sing coming in from Kaimo. But look at that, there goes the Hyper Beam, gonna be able to damage 2 Pokemon, but there goes another Heavy Slam from Miho to help out the damage. Ben gonna be taking the last hit from this, of course, Isabel. But right now we're going to be seeing some a little bit of a pushing here, a little bit of a repel here from the side of our support and our tank here. But it looks like it is going to be Jane taking out that Dreadnought. They need to be able to punish Yami Remote here, because if they can't punish here, then they would be losing that much of an XP against Yami Remote. You know? So here's the thing, right? Like, even if the other team, even if say Padayon or Yami Remote is were able to take in the Dreadnought, if you are able to punish them by taking them out, or at least most of them out, you would still have more XP. You would still have more XP than them taking an XP against the Dreadnought.
So it's going to be very unfortunate there for Padayon, unable to get the Dreadnought themselves. And I wonder what's the plan here now for Yami Remote, right? Because you've got this level advantage, you want to be the ones to apply the pressure, but still Padayon, ballsy as ever, still looking to try and grab those pickoffs if they can. And they do have a deadly combination. We've got a Snorlax that can start the fight. We're going to quickly look at this top fight here, as Isabel's actually going to join Gem to try and take out this enemy Serena. Now the Serena will get out. They're going to go for these scores instead. That's going to be the goal gone. And now it looks like they're just going to disperse and leave that alone. And instead, both junglers heading back into that bottom lane. These teams are so adamant on keeping these goals open.
And at the same time, you can see that they have 30 points as well. So like, the moment that they can punish Yami Remote here, they can just essentially immediately, try to get a score, which is actually going to be really scary if you think about it. So here we come. We're going to be seeing another team fight here. There goes the Recital, but gets pushed through. He's not going to be able to provide shields to their teammates. And there goes another Hyper Beam into that of the Odino. But it looks like Yami Remote here is getting pushed back by Padayon. They need to be able to take this one up. It looks like double Serena is coming up top as well to get that 1v1 into that of the road top. But moving on into that of the bottom lane. The block here from Miho is helping them up a lot. They're going to be able to score in as well. Thunderstorm is going to be used here. Is there going to be anyone going down? Never mind, no one's gonna be going down here. But it looks like Cotton Cloud. Oh no, sorry, not Cotton Cloud, but rather Gatling Missile is going to deal some damage here against Yami Remote. But it looks like that Cameron is going to be the one that's going down. And my goodness, that was quite a match. I think what Padayon wanted to do there is not to take down Yami Remote. I don't think that was their objective. I think their objective is to just score in what they have. And it's actually pretty scary to think about, especially with the fact that having a lot of points in your arsenal, in your pockets, and not being able to score it in is actually one of the scariest things to have. Especially that it takes you too long to score it in, and if you get taken out, you're gonna be losing most of it.
Man, these initiations with the Snorlax have been on point here so far for Padayon, and it looks like Padayon will be able to get the Dreadnought themselves this time, so they get the experience, the shield. Now, Yami Remote, they are trying to respond to this, and Isabel's going to be a little bit careful here, but she's actually going to go for the Draco Impact. We'll catch up to one, going to try and score again. We'll get the score. Spicy gets out of there scot-free, and while that's all happening, Rotom also got taken by Padayon, who's now, look at the score right now, 90 to 223. It's now 130. Looks like we are getting some counter goals here for Yami Remote, and the gap is now suddenly closing as I talk about it. Okay.
Man, it's just and look at this. Isabel is just really really, really confident right now, actually invading as well, despite knowing the risks, and was able to take in the Violet buff as well, away from Young Remote, taking them their own XPs, and of course, there's also their own jungle that they can take out. You know that it's. I think we're going to be seeing a level 14 Dragonite here before the Zapdos fight, and knowing this fact, they would have an upper advantage against Yami Remote going into the Zapdos. And as you mentioned, Mio currently is on point, even more on point than the previous game against
She's
Very
so
Very.
good this game. Yeah, she is so good right now. I'm actually really impressed. But it looks like it's going to be Zapdos time. Now, knowing Yami Remote after what happened in the last game, I know that for a fact that these girls are going to absolutely do their best to try and get the Zapdos. But remember, right, Padayon, they built their lineup around scoring. And so if they want to, they could go for a backstab. But look at this, an Eldegoss. A lone Eldegoss is actually going to go for an 80-pointer, while the rest of Yami Remote actually goes head-to-head against Padayon, who are able to actually get a knockout onto the Wigglytuff. And the Pikachus are 2 Pokemon down at Zapdos. This is not how you want to be going into the Zapdos fight. And look at this,
And look at the
Jane
block as
caught
well.
out. Oh, so good.
Wait. This is going to be close. Jane has access to that of the Hyper Beam, but it looks like Jen is going to be the one that's taking that one up. I don't think they should. Okay. Never mind. Yes, Yamamoto was able to take down that Zapdos, but you can see the points that Padayon has currently. And it doesn't matter if they do take the Zapdos, after they're going to be able to counter score against them. Still, and the Pikachus are going to be going down. 3 of them are now down. They're going to have their 3 scores here. They just need to defend this really greatly, just because the fact that, we still have like less than a minute left. They can not a lot of them has points. It looks like we're going to be seeing it too. We're going to be seeing it too over here. Are we going to be seeing it too over here? I think Mio, you know what? Mio is doing a pretty good job right now. Mio is doing a pretty good job right now into, how do you say this? Actually disrupting the enemy team. Oh my goodness. I think if it wasn't
so
for
annoying.
this time around, right? If it wasn't for Mio right now, I don't think Padayon would have been able to turn the tables around. And at the same time, this is quite a huge, how do you say this? Huge vengeance for the Blastoise. We saw how Mio played the Blastoise before, right? And using the Crustle and the Snorlax isn't anything like that Blastoise. So I'd have to say they were really great. Mio choosing that Crustle and the Snorlax was definitely the perfect pick for the team synergy, the team composition synergy that they have.
I know I'm going to go a little off topic here actually. So I think a lot of people would know that Trevenant is actually going to be coming into the game very soon, and a lot of people in the community already know this is going to be a defender. And I saw people complain like, oh man, it's another defender. Why is there another defender joining in the game? And I just sat there and I was like, did you know defender's the best role? Because it's such a playmaking role, and you can already see, right? Like a really well played Crustle can absolutely just turn a game on its head. You can steal Zapdoses. If you're a Snorlax, you can use block to displace, catch Pokemon, get those stuns off. You can absorb so much damage. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen with that Trevenant, but you can already see like just the impact of this one player. Like, yes, Miho isn't doing damage, but she's the one setting up for her team. She's the one defending her goals. Yeah, like her impact. Some people might just think like, oh, you're just blocking or you're just stunning, like what's the big deal?
But
Those
that
blocks and
alone
those
is
stuns?
the biggest deal of them all. That is why it's such a big deal.
Exactly. So the fact that I mean, I'm just watching Miho and I'm thinking like, man, if I was Yami Remote, I think I'd be fuming, because you'd have to think like, okay, how do I deal with this Snorlax, because this is legitimately a pain in the backside and I cannot deal with this. Miho's laughing, of course, because she's just like, haha, can't touch me. Da, 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 da. So going into this next game, right? Like Yami Remote, this is do or die now. This is their last game to try and turn this series on its head. Remember, folks, it's a best of 5. They're down 2 games. Okay, Padayon have already won 2 games. Now all they need to do is to win 1 more game, and they're going to be our champions.
And actually, you know what? You know what? This is the scariest one. Sorry to interject. This is the scariest one, especially that when you're going into best of 5. You know for a fact when you know that you're already winning, right? This is one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of players have been doing. You know for a fact that you only need 1 more game. This is the part where a lot of players, say outside of this tournament as well, is being overconfident that, hey, you know what, we won 2-0 anyway, we have a huge advantage, we can just take it, we can just like have a chill time. And that is the biggest mistake, because if they do, you know, if Padayon is like that, then, you know, they would be taken aback with a surprise here coming in from Yummy Remote, especially that, you know, Yummy Remote is a highly reactive team that you can see how they played against Team SteZie, where we have been saying that SteZie is, you know, arguably one of the scariest, well, is the scariest team in this playoffs. And you saw how they play toe to toe against Team SteZie. And now Padayon is on up into 2-0, right? Up to 2-0. Just need one more game. They can't be overconfident right now. They have to play. This is the part where they have to play the most serious that they can, you know, against Yummy Remote. Because if not, then they will get heavily punished here by Yummy Remote. We already saw a hint of that on game number 2. How they were punished in the early game. We don't want to see that to go into game number 3 if they want to win this.
Yeah. Going into game 3, right? I think we've got to sort of talk about Yummy Remote here. What kind of changes are we going to be expecting from this team? Because they have played with this composition for 2 games in the grand final. They even played with this composition minus the Dragonite in their first series of the day as well. Are we going to be seeing any Pokemon changes? Do you think it's any sort of movement changes? How they lane? What do you think?
You know, honestly, I think if we're talking about Yummy Remote, right? I think it would be a great way for them to go back to their roots. You know, to their most picked Pokemon in the AKB48 grand finals. Group stages rather. With the Sylveon, Wigglytuff, Alolan Ninetales, and Mamoswine, with the exception of Jane. I think Jane should stick into using Dragonite, but the rest, I think they need to go back to their roots, because I just think that that's their most comfortable pick. And at the same time, the pressure that Alolan Ninetales and Mamoswine can give, that's so much of a CC and damage as well. And then there goes Wigglytuff as well with the Sing. It's definitely going to deny a lot into the side of Padayon if they choose to go back to the Pokemon that they use in the group stages. But in just a little bit, we're going to be finding out if that is going to be the case. This is potentially the last game that we're going to have for today. The playoffs, the grand finals. Let's have a champion time.
Oh, we need a champion time. I want to see Yummy Remote go back to picking up a classic defender, because their composition is running 2 supports right now. The Wigglytuff is sort of acting as like that semi-defender, and they're still going with it. All right, so they're confident in this lineup. They're confident in this roster of Pokemon. I was kind of hoping that they might switch out that Pikachu, right? I mean, maybe you don't have the same sentiments as me, but I've noticed, especially in those late game fights, that Pikachu has just been, he's been getting caught off a lot of the time. And it's not just the Pikachu's fault that this is happening, it's just that their team doesn't run a classic defender like a Snorlax or anything that just sits in front of the Pikachu to defend the Pikachu, right? Like Genesis is just at the mercy of Padayon because they've got such a good dive comp. But we'll have to see. Maybe it will work out in this game.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, you know, like Padayon doesn't only have like a good dive comp, but like even if they don't dive, all they have to do is this drop Yummy Remote, you know, push them back with his Snorlax, and from there they're gonna be spread out.
Genesis?
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Alright, looks like we're going to be seeing a bit of a skirmish in that bottom lane, and everyone is here on Padayon. Look how aggressively they're moving, actually jumping onto Kaimuk on that Wigglytuff, but they will need to retreat now as they're sitting right on top of that Yummy Remote. Well, Isabelle dropping very low, but luckily we'll be able to regen. And it looks like these teams are going to disperse. I thought they might try and dive right on top of the goal, but as you said, right, you can't be too overconfident, especially in these game threes, because some teams, that all it takes is one loss to lose that mental momentum.
Definitely. And you know, losing one game, especially when you're already in the the advantage, is going to not only remove that momentum away from you, but also puts down a lot into the morale of the team, and that is definitely something that Padayon don't want to happen to them. And but right now, at the very least, I think they are being a little bit, you know, composed. They can't remove this composed status again to them, taken away from them, because if they do, then Yummy Remote, as we mentioned, is a highly reactive team that they can just punish Padayon here.
Yeah, they could potentially punish, but so far Padayon haven't really given them too many opportunities to actually punish them at all. If anything, they played very clean, very crisp in this grand final. It's, you know, it's almost hard to believe that these girls actually feel nervous, right? They play so confidently. Yeah. You can see their movements as well. When they're targeting Pokemon, when they're just going for these moves, you don't see any hesitation from us. So it's actually a little bit scary to go up against such a confident team. But again, it's just a bit of a sing, you know, just see what you can get. You gotta go fishing with that Wigglytuff. And it looks like Jane is finally going to be coming in, so Yummy Remote, is it time to go in? Oh, it actually might be Padayon to go in. They did get a stun initiation off, but no follow-up.
Right, but look at this though. It's going to be the same thing as earlier. You know, it's going to be 1v1 Serena into that of the top lane, and whoever's going to be winning that will be able to take into the Rotom. But going into that of the bottom lane, we're going to be seeing some skirmishes here as well, as it looks like Padayon is trying to go back here. Oh, actually made use of the Dragon Dance as well, but they're going to be taken down. And here comes the rest here from this from Miho. I don't think they're going to be able to survive. Yes, they are not going to be able to survive. That's going to be 2-0, but Kaimo almost getting taken out. Never mind. With a little bit of a whisper here from the Kaimo runs, they're going to be able to take down Kaimo. But at the very least, you know, they were able to trade off at least one KO against Yummy Remote, especially that it's, I guess the takedowns into the side of Padayon is heavier, just because of the fact that Isabel was the one that got taken down.
Alright, so it looks like both teams, they are poised to try and take this Dreadnought, but who's going to be the one to be able to actually grab it? It looks like they get the initiation off onto the Eldegoss. Isabel going in for a backstab goal, and this poor Eldegoss just got shredded. Her team wasn't even there. Oh, big two-man stun into the Draco Impact. So much damage! I don't think there's really much you can do if you're Yummy Remote. Look at all this damage output coming in. Isabel with the Hyper Beam. They're going to be able to push them back with the block. Nico doesn't even go down. Although Blissey, unfortunately, is going to go down. And Isabel goes down as well. Oh, Padayon, they may have overextended. They lost two big Pokemon. And now Dreadnought might be here for the taking for Yummy Remote.
I don't think Padayon overextended there. I think it's one of the problems from that T fight is Miho actually, you know, went back, especially with the block. You know, like you're a defender here. Your job is to push them away with the block. I do understand as well where they're trying to go back with the help of the block. Is, you know, it's they're low on health, right? They're low on health, but you know, using that block actually gives you a little bit of a shield to essentially help out your teammate. Unfortunately, that is not what happened, and Yummy Remote was able to punish accordingly, and it's looking pretty great for them right now.
Looking pretty great, and it looks like they are going to try and make this a very good situation for Padayon. They're just going to get all their points in. Easy goal. And that's going to be a goal gone on the side of Yummy Remote. That's a pretty big goal as well, because that's the one that's right next to Dreadnought. They lose that speed boost when they're going to try and contest for their Dreadnought now.
Right. You know, 87 points, well, 79 points. It's not that big of a deal for Yummy Remote here. They get... I'm sorry. Alright, going back, right? It's not big of a deal. They can just take down their the objectives, and they can just take it down quickly. But what I do like about Padayon is that even if they are denied of the objectives, they find a way to score in, especially with Isabel, with the Draco Impact, making sure that they're not going to be spending a lot of the percentage of the score of the charge of the Unite move, just so that they would be able to make use of that once again. But here comes the Draco Impact coming in just to use it as a way to survive that hamburger strat coming in from Padayon. It's pretty fun, especially that they're not going to be consuming a lot of the percentage of the charge of the Unite move anyway. They can still use it into, going into the objectives and, of course, the upcoming Zapdos in just a few minutes. Well, in a minute.
Yeah. So it looks like for now, Yummy Remote going to be the ones to sit on top of that Dreadnought. There's no Isabel here though, so there's a good chance that they might not be able to get this at all. Looks like the Gulp Missile comes out from the... Oh, the Cramorant! The steal! I believe that may have been from the Gulp Missile. Cat snatching that away from Yummy Remote. That's a big...
And they got the Rotom as well!
Exactly. Isabel was up in that top lane. She was zoning out the opposing Serena, so that her own Serena was going to be able to get that solo off. So Padayon, 2 big plays, getting both of the objectives from themselves. They are so well positioned to go into the Zapdos.
Now here's one more thing,
look at this, Isabel.
Powering up
Draco
has
Impact.
been used,
Score?
right? Powering up has been used here by Snorlax. We have Gatling Gulp Missile as well. That's already being used by the Cramorant, so they don't have a Unite move going into the Zapdos fight. Yes, they do have the lead right now, but they still have to fight off for the Zapdos, knowing the fact that they don't have much of a lead in terms of XP. Once they have, done a little bit of a mistake here,
100-pointer.
Yummy Remote can just punish them up. But it looks like we're going to be seeing 80 points down here instead of the bottom lane. This is what I'm talking about. They need to be able to punish accordingly against Yummy Remote, because if they can't, they're going to be losing this one. It looks like, look at the Pikachu. They're going to be able to take down. That Arctic Kono. And now the only thing for them here going is, Padayon needs to be able to score their goals here. But looks like we got 450, just 100 score. Sorry. It's 86 now. They need to score more. Looks like there's going to be another 100 here for Yummy Remote. Oh my goodness, that's 120 points they need to catch up to. But here's the thing. There's still a minute left. They still have an ample amount of time to get those points. But the question is, are they going to be able to take it? That's the biggest take.
Can they get Cat to sleep? Ooh. Oh no, the Cram! Oh, he really wanted to get that goal in. I think Yummy Remote may have done it. They may have been able to defend themselves, and they're going to bring this to a game 4 with the same composition that they lost to twice against Padayon too.
Right.
Wow.
Well, this is what we have been talking about earlier. It's this is the part of the stage of a best of 5 where you can't be too confident. Yes, it might have worked for the first 2 games, but it doesn't really mean that it's going to work out for game number 3. For game number 3, and it's not like it's going to be working forever.
Alright, so looks like 9 seconds to go. 50 points on Isabel, gonna try and get that score in. SteZie, you might move too. That's 100 points! That's 100 points!
It's not gonna be enough though. It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough because they were out for 200 points. So getting that one up, it's not gonna be enough. Look at that, it's just 50, 40 points actually. That was just 40 points.
Anytime you see a 100, I think you always just have to think to yourself, what if, okay? There's always that what if.
Yeah.
The extra heart attack. You got 911 on speed dial. I mean, we don't use 911 here. I don't even know what we use here in Malaysia, but he's just... Oh, gosh.
That was close.
That sense of relief, though, from Jane. I mean, so far, from just looking at Yummy Remote's games, right? Jane has so much passion in her eyes when she plays. She's got probably the best expressions every time they win. And look at her. She's like, oh my god, guys, we did it. We finally did it. It's game 4. We survived.
And I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? That's the biggest thing. If you're on the losing end of the best of 5, all you have to do is to take that game number 3, because the moment you take the game 3, your momentum will just go to the moon and spike up going into game number 5, and it's definitely going to put a lot of pressure now into Team Padayon, currently in 2-1, still in the advantage, right? Still into the advantage, but they can't have any more mistakes this time around, because if they do, then we're going to be looking up into a 4-4, a 2-2 rather, and if we go to a 2-2, then it's going to put more pressure into Padayon going into game number 5, and potentially, lose their morale into game number 5.
Yeah. JJ, I just wanted to say, you have my condolences. Your prediction is in the grave.
The score itself isn't really what matters. What matters is who win at the end of the day. We still have some chance here. Right. So
I mean, we could both be wrong, right? Could be...
Yeah, we could both be wrong. It could be a 3-1, could be a 3-2, right? Could be a 3-2 for Padayon.
Could be. But we're just gonna take a look at these highlights very quickly as the girls do get ready for game 4. I mean, this next game, again, I think you said this earlier, right? Padayon are just one game away from locking down this tournament and being crowned the champions. But it's always going to be that last game that's the hardest, right? Because you're so close, yet so far, because you haven't made it. You're right there, okay? You're right in front of the finish line. You just can't cut the ribbon yet.
Right, and that's the again the heaviest part in the best of 5. For a fact that all you have to do is tie the very last knot, right? But that is the thing, when you get into this kind of match in the best of 5, that is when you just get stunned, that you can't tie the knot, to end things up. Unfortunately enough, but hopefully though, this could be the game here for Padayon. But if not, then we're gonna be seeing game number 5. Yummy Remote still has some chance here. They could still take it up in the back.
Exactly, and also considering as well, right? This is a best of 5 series. As much as the games are only 10 minutes long, Pokemon Unite, after you play those games just back to back to back, it does get pretty tiring. It's not just your fingers and whatnot, but it's just mentally tiring, because you always need to be aware of what your team is doing, what the enemy team is doing. You have to have the foresight to figure out what your opponents might want to do in the future. Like, you can't just play in the moment when you're playing Pokemon Unite, because the map's so small. You have to think for both your team, but also the opposition. So it's a mentally exhausting game, and since it's game 4, it makes you wonder who has the stamina to outlast the other. Is it maybe, for all we know, Yummy Remote could be the marathon runners and Padayon might be sprinters?
Right, and at the same time, not to be biased and all, but we do know for a fact that there's 2 games that Yummy Remote was able to go for a break for. And Padayon just finished their best of 3 going against Team Very Very, and then immediately going into the grand finals. So that, I guess, is one of the factors as well. But I believe we are gonna be going in for a break, since we are going to go in for match number 4. So before we head into that, let's take a breather. I know you want to have your breather as well. We want to make sure that our players here, our idols, are not mentally exhausted as well. So don't go anywhere, guys. Make sure you tuned in, and we'll be right back for more grand finals action only here at the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia. And welcome back to the Pokemon Unite AKB48 Group Invitationals here in the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. My name is JJ, and with me is Nelly. We are going to game number 4 and potentially going to game number 5 as well if Yummy Remote wins this match. Generally, before we head into our games, I think we have something to address first. You know, we are seeing a lot into our comments, asking why MNL48 Padayon doesn't have any webcams or any cameras into our broadcasts. Well, there has been some concerns over the lack of cameras, of course, that I just mentioned, but we can assure you that the tournament admins are monitoring all the players to ensure a fair and competitive tournament for the players and the viewers. We do appreciate you guys if you can understand that we can't show them. We'll try to, but for now, we'll ask for your understanding. Could be the internet connection, because remember on could be the internet connection. Honestly, this is just me personally speaking. We tried to have the video on for Colleen of Stalwart League, right, on day number 1, but we couldn't make anything out of it. It was so blurry. We couldn't really see Colleen properly, so I think they are experiencing the same thing as well, and that is just how it is for now. But at the very least, the back end, of course, the team, making this up, the broadcast is ensuring that everyone is, the ones that are actually playing. The idols are the ones that's actually playing, and we are ensuring that this is a fair environment for everyone. Nothing is going to be biased.
Maybe the only thing biased is your support for Padayon, but besides that, that's that's where it ends. It ends right there. But for anyone, it's fine. But seriously, to anyone that's worried about the cameras, don't worry. I'm gonna say right now, I've actually seen all the teams on live on their cameras this morning during the rehearsals. It was just, unfortunately, we've got some issues here with MNL48, and I mean, if you want to see like a blurry webcam of MNL48, be my guest. But the worst,
be our guest.
Be our guest. But the absolute worst thing to happen is that the webcam's so blurry that I could probably put like a little clay doll, and no one would know that it's a clay doll. Okay, we don't want that quality, unfortunately. So if we can't show webcams because of that, then what can we do? But hopefully we do get it fixed. But sometimes cameras don't cooperate, and same with internet. Internet is very, very rare and elusive in the Philippines. I've been there before. I've never been able to catch it because I have terrible luck when it comes to shiny Pokemon, and it's exactly the same when it comes to chasing this elusive internet. Anyways, you know what we can chase though? It is game 4. It's going to be an exciting one because we have already seen one comeback game here from Yummy Remote. Padayon looking fantastic so far, but they did drop the latest game. But again, we need to remember they're just one win away from becoming our champions. And JJ, I kind of want to ask you, because I know that you've been following these girls in terms of their stats. Not don't put it the wrong way, okay? Don't do this to me. Right. Don't do this. But you've looked at the stats of these girls. You know the Pokemon that they play and what roles they really enjoy. What do you think happened in that last game? Like, just a TLDR version for anyone that's just tuning into the broadcast.
All right, just a TLDR for everyone on the broadcast. They got a little bit confident on that one. They overextended a lot. They got punished, and Yummy Remote, having a very balanced composition, actually was able to punish Padayon from there. I think they have to go back and try to play game number 4 as to this is just the first game, or at least try to treat. Oh, what is happening? Wait, what is happening right now?
Oh, I think she's lagging.
Oh,
that's really unfortunate, especially this early in the game. You don't want to lag because you're going to, especially this early on, right? Precious
you're gonna get delayed.
Yeah, even 3 seconds behind. It's a big deal when it comes to jungle. It's like, look at the map, right? You compare
especially
Isabel
Dragonite.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially Dragonite.
Oh, that's...
Oh, that's gonna be hard. That's gonna be hard.
Alright, so we'll see if Isabel's going to be able to catch up. The lanes are pretty similar, right? We're not really seeing too many changes. It's the Serena Soul Lane matchup up top. Both of them are ignoring each other just to get those points in. Bottom lane, it's this Cramorant, Wigglytuff, Snorlax combination. It's still a scary combo. I like seeing it. But here's the thing, we're going to be seeing another big team fight. And Miho, she was in to go in for the initiation, but almost going down. Whirlpool doing a lot of damage, but actually up top, Isabel decided to instead delay the opposing Serena instead to give her ally an advantage.
Yeah, and now, even if that is the case, you know, as you mentioned, even when Isabel was, well, pushing her head onto the wall earlier, it seems as if Isabel still has the upper advantage in terms of XP than that of Jane's Dragonite, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so it just also comes down to like priority, what these players decide to prioritize, and there's a big difference when you're going in for a gank and you manage to get the knockout, and then you go for a gank and it ends up just falling flat in its face, which is what happened in that bottom lane. Speaking of ganks, though, we're getting some quick scores here from Padayon. For people that are just tuning in, Padayon have gone for a very score-heavy lineup. Miho almost going down. She will just be able to get out. I believe that's just an X speed, but it's not going to be the same for her allies. Kath is going to go down. Claire, super low. Miho is less than half health. She might go down if she's not careful, but it seems like we're not going to be seeing any overextension there from Yummy Remote. Maybe worried that there could be an Isabel lurking behind.
Right, and we're gonna be seeing, you know, the Dreadnought. The Dreadnought and the Rotom coming up top in just a bit. But at the same time, we do see the Dragonite here from Isabel to be the first one to be a Dragonite before, you know, Jane's Dragonite into that of the bottom lane, and we're gonna be seeing some action into that of the top lane. They want the pressure up top. And want to take down this Serena as well. They want to take the Rotom, knowing the fact that they have the lead in terms of XP, that they can just give out away the Dreadnought into Yummy Remote. But look at that right now. They're going to be able to destroy the first score goal into that of the top lane and perhaps take in this Rotom as well. While on the bottom lane, we're going to be seeing Padayon here trying to buy them some time, you know, to punish them up. But it looks like it is going to be Yummy Remote that's going to be taking down that Dreadnought. And look at the XP. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, Padayon had the opportunity to, you know, take down the Rotom, essentially give out the Dreadnought. And just because of the fact that they are leading in points. And now that Yummy Remote was able to take down the Dreadnought, look at the XP. It's still not better. It's still not higher than that of Padayon's.
And I actually think the main reason for that is that, so firstly, Padayon have approached this game much differently compared to that last game. Isabel has actually decided to help out that top lane to deny the opposing Serena from just completely running over the Padayon Serena, because we've seen these two Serenas go one-on-one in these previous matchups, and I believe it's Namsai that's playing out Yummy Remote. She, so far, seems to be the better 1v1 Serena compared to Padayon Serena. So for Isabel to actually support her and to stop Namsai from snowballing, I feel like this is such a good move, because all of us, like, they can trust that bottom lane isn't going to collapse. The only time we saw them collapse is when they overextended. So as long as they don't overextend, they play defensively, they protect their goal, it should be fine. And it looks like we're going to be getting a quick pick off here, because this time, actually, Namsai still goes down. Oh!
I like what Yummy Remote did there on the top lane. I like what Yummy Remote did on the top lane, is that they're essentially doing the same thing that Padayon is doing, you know, that Dragonite going up top to help on the Serena, but it looks like, you know, that Gem with the Serena is not letting what happened on Yummy Remote to happen to them. Yes, they might have been able to sacrifice the first score goal, but if Gem defended that score goal, then that would have been, you know, that would have been a KO for them. So really huge props into the Serena for Padayon, and now going into the top lane, we're gonna be seeing a 2v2 action at a mirror matchup, a Ditto here. So let's find out who's gonna be able to get this win. It looks like we have the buffs here for Isabel, but there goes the oh my goodness, they need to be able to get away. Very amazing escape here with the Dragon Dash, but leaving Gem alone here. I think it's a good I think that is a good trade. I think that is a good trade, because if Dragonite was the one that got taken out inside of Padayon, they would lose more than if Serena goes down.
Wait, Rotom's not down yet. Isabel's there. What's happening up top? What's happening up top?
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Isabel has the access to take it down, and he'll be able to steal it away from Yummy Remote. My goodness, and Namsai looks like he's going to be able to go down. Never mind, actually escape a little bit, and going to be able to take down Jane's Dragonite into that other top lane, getting that Rotom up top as well, and they would be able to secure this one up as well. They removed, I just noticed they removed the Blissey in favor of this Wigglytuff, which could actually provide them more into team fights. And as I mentioned, they just went back to their roots right now into game number 1, and essentially is, applying the pressure, enforcing the issue against Yummy Remote, just like on game number 1. How they won that is what I think is going to help them win, is the key as well for them to win into game number 4. They can't afford to make any more mistakes because they're going to lose all the momentum that they had from the first 2 games.
Wow, I'm actually worried here for Yummy Remote. It almost feels like in this game, the team is crumbling. They weren't able to stabilize that top lane from Namsai, so she's not going to be as impactful as she was in those previous games. Jane is 2 levels underneath Isabel. 2 levels, and especially for a Dragonite, you are at a severe disadvantage. Exactly. So it's really going to come down to the comeback mechanic here for Yummy Remote, but we've seen in the past that sometimes for this team, it's very finicky when it comes to taking those major objectives. So it's going to come down to the late game decision making, and if they can actually outsmart Padayon with their late game movements, because if you look at the Pokemon so far, they have a lot of points to deposit, but one of those Pokemon that's holding points is a Pikachu, and this is not a Pokemon that wants to be scoring while Zapdos is up, because it's just too easy for this Pokemon to go down.
Right, and at the same time, yes, they need to be able to pick off Padayon here, but that is going to be a climb of a hill here. If they could, then definitely they would be able to counter score against Padayon. But if they couldn't, then, well, they're going to have a hard time. Now, see, they were making sure of that Rotom to come up, making sure that everyone was on the top lane so that they can just score in and wait for the right timing to get that 100 into that of the bottom lane to destroy the secondary score goal. And now we're going to be seeing some scoring into that of the top lane as well, but it doesn't matter because everyone's going to be taken out as well into the side of the Yummy Remote. And look at that, it looks like the Wigglytuff is going to be going down. No, make that 2. The Dragon is going to be going down as well. And the Serena is going to try to help down. Already used Criminal Majesty, gets the Galactic Gut Missile as well into that, and the Hyper Beam to take the Zapdos. It looks like we are taking a look at the champions right now. Padayon is just going to ram into the last tier score goal, the 3rd tier score goal, to get some scores here. And there we have it. Isabel going in for the 50, needs to be able to take this one up, gets the Pyron up to give them some shields as well to help the score shield, so that they would have some uninterrupted scoring with the help of Zapdos. But here comes another 39 points. No, it is 78 points. Never mind my math here, but it's still not going to be enough for them to go over the score of Padayon. Even if everyone here has 50 points for the side of Yummy Remote, they can't. They can't catch up because of how slow you need to be able to score in.
Oh my gosh, Isabel with the bunny barrier! Oh my gosh, it's perfect game here for Padayon. Perfect execution. They dismantled Yummy Remote like queens this game. The laning stage, the fact that they were able to just neuter Namsai in that top lane, bottom lane, they did not let Yummy Remote steamroll them, even with the Pokemon advantage. Remember, we had the Dragonite actually pressuring down bottom, whereas Isabel was up top. Wow, and just the execution for taking the objectives too. I mean, I thought with that Rotom up top, right, I thought it was going to be a Yummy Remote Rotom, but the fact that Isabel was still able to get that steal in, even at a numbers disadvantage, just, wow. I'm honestly speechless. Like, if there's a match to prove that you're a champion, this is going to be it for Padayon.
Oh my goodness. See, we have been wrong about both of our predictions, but like my prediction is still Padayon winning this one.
What?
We're not crying. We're not crying here. We're not crying here.
You're not crying.
Congrats.
Fair.
Congrats.
Wow.
I have to remove it, Eric. You know what? Let me fix myself. All right, there we go. We're not crying. We're not crying. We're a big man. We're a big man. We're not crying.
All right.
Huge congratulations to Padayon. Yeah.
No, seriously, congratulations. They played so well in the grand finals. They were super solid. I think the only game that people were a little bit worried about was game 3, right? I mean, they lost that series. They lost that game, and it was just a matter of, is this team going to be able to keep themselves together? And I mean, I think maybe that 10-minute break was what they needed, right? Like just recharge, get your power back, maybe talk about that next game, discuss what happened in game 3. And they surely did it because their solutions to that 4th game was top tier. I don't think Yummy Remote was expecting that rotation from Isabel to actually pressure top lane instead of bottom lane.
Right. And usually they are as you mentioned, they're Isabel usually goes to the bottom lane to help out, but that early game advantage into the top lane with Isabel is just something that they weren't expecting. Honestly, I wasn't expecting. I don't think any one of us were expecting it, especially for the fact that especially the fact that they have been using the same composition since their game against Very Very. So it's like, you know what can they do here? They have been playing the same comp since earlier, and it has, well, the only thing that changed was the cross sell going against Very Very, but still, they weren't changing anything at all. That it seems as if Yamamoto was able to adjust to them, but Padayon proved us wrong and won the game.
Yeah, their victory's not clutch either. These girls absolutely deserve this victory. They've just done so incredibly well. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I thought we'd be looking at a SteZie grand final. I was expecting SteZie and Padayon.
All right, so in just a few bit, guys. I believe so. I believe so. So in just a few bit, right? In just a few bit, you just need to finish our highlights of the last game. We addressed this earlier before game number 4. And a lot has been questioning, or at least are concerned, how Padayon doesn't have any, webcams. So you know what we're gonna be doing? We're gonna be showing you guys everyone from Team Padayon. Let's just wait for the highlights to show up, and yeah, we're gonna be talking to them. We're gonna be communicating with them, and I don't know if you guys have any questions in the comment section. Perhaps we could take 1 or 2 questions from the comments, and we'll ask them directly for you.
Honestly, why not, right? Got to answer some of those questions from the fans. I mean, okay, hang on. So, JJ, we already know one thing's going to happen because of this victory. Do you remember what it is? You're the one that brought it up today? The one about the thing?
We don't do that here. We don't do it. We don't do that here. Not yet. We're gonna be doing it, next time. We're gonna be doing it next time. But we're gonna be talking about it next time. Like for now, let's give them a little bit of a we need to congratulate them. Let's just focus on that first. And
And that's our champions. Hi, ladies! Congratulations! How are you feeling?
Actually, you know what? I'll let my members speak first. And I'll also, girls, please introduce yourselves. Let's start with Adagem.
Wait, sorry to interject, but is it just me or we can't hear Gem?
Wait, is she muted? Hang on, we'll
muted?
just get this sorted out.
I'm
guys.
sorry to
Give us 1
interject.
second.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So before we have them while they're trying to fix their mics, these are the girls that you guys have been looking for finally appearing, in the call. So you can see how their webcams are stuttering, and all
in the flesh.
In the flesh as well. You can see how their webcams and how their videos are stuttering, and it's actually, I guess, one of the reasons why we couldn't really have them all in one place. But let's see if their microphones are already good now.
Actually, I don't know. Maybe let's start with Miho instead, while Adagem fixes her mic.
Okay, wait. I think I see what the issue is. Okay, Miho, Kath, and Claire
Hello.
are currently muted. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry, continue.
Can you hear me po? I feel like crying. I'm
Yep,
so
we can.
sorry. oh, I need to stay calm. Okay.
All right.
Okay, we won.
You really can contain it. Huh?
I swear, I feel the chills inside me, and I feel like crying, and I just can't shout because I'm embarrassed. If you saw me, you saw me being crazy on my life, so I'm sure you'll know what's gonna happen here. So I need to stay calm.
Mhm. Oh my goodness. Really just can't contain it. You know what? Just express it all out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't expect to win. I swear, we were all panicking when we lost one game, and we were like, we need to stay calm. No, don't shout. No, don't blame each other. It's gonna be alright. We're gonna do things. We're gonna make it crazy. And we did it. I'm so happy. That's why I feel so excited, and I'm literally shaking. I'm so happy.
Oh my goodness. Really, really amazing games, guys. And let's have a word from the other members. Oh,
Okay, I
can't
think
hear-
we
can hear Claire.
we've lost. Yeah, we've lost Claire. Okay, so how about Kath? Kath, is your microphone working?
Let's switch to Kath Mona since Claire is having my problems.
All right, all right. There you go. Unmuting. You need to press it one more. We already heard you. Press it one more. Press it one- there you go. There you go.
Hi,
There you
we
go.
can hear you.
I'm so sorry, but thank you for everyone for supporting us, Padayon. Pero, I don't know what to feel. I'm torn between being happy because we won, or being sad because I can't play gameplay that I usually do. Because
Mhm.
I always like at the top, MVP or not, but I'm still happy. Thank you so much po. Because of lag, I
Alright.
can't. I'm facing the wall like 2 to 3 times.
Mhm. Man, it's really quite a struggle, you know, especially if there's some internet activity. But hey, it doesn't matter now, Kat. It doesn't matter now. You guys won. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. And I think, and this is just me, but I think you need to be happy. You don't have to be sad. You guys won. You guys won. So express it all out. So let's try to go back to our other members. We have Claire and Jem.
Hear me now?
There you go. There you go.
Oh my goodness. Hello everyone, I'm MNL48 Gem. And yeah, I just want to say that we're really, really happy. We don't know how to celebrate because we are on our homes. And yeah, personally, I'm so happy because ever since I was a kid, I really, really love Pokemons. Like the first generation Pokemons, I hope we can have first generation Pokemons on Pokemon Unite, the second generation, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't know how to contain my feelings right now. I'm so happy, and thank you Pokemon Unite for giving us the opportunity because last year, if I'm not mistaken, MNL48 also won the Switch event tournament. The Pokemon Sword and Shield. I'm also part of that team. So yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, you're there.
I was there.
Really?
I
Oh
was
my
there.
god.
I was there. Mhm.
So yeah,
It was
I'm
a
so
Sword and Shield
happy.
activation event.
Yeah, okay. The Switch game. Oh yeah, thank you so much, and also Emma loves for rooting for Padayon. Thank you, Pokemon Unite.
All right, and I think Isabel would like to say something, or would you want Claire to do first?
Let's check if Claire's mic is okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, finally, let's go. Let's go.
Actually, I'm actually crying right now. After the game, I can't contain my feelings, and all our hardships and late night trainings are all worth it. I want to thank Amen Loves for supporting and loving us till the end. Thank you so much. And to our captain, thank you so much for guiding us throughout the game. Thank you so much. That's all I can say.
Aww. And Isabel, finally, Isabel, let's have a word with you.
Well, girls, this is it. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, girls, for
Thank you so much for playing, girls. It's an honor to be your captain. Oh my gosh. I wanna cry. I'm so happy. No. Thank you so much, Emin Loves, MNL48, and the people behind MNL48, HHE, and of course Padayon. Thank you so much for supporting us, and I have no words. Really, no words. I have no words. It's so. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so
There we go.
happy.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, really. Denali, I think we'd like to ask you guys some questions. I think, Denali, you have any questions for them? I mean, I'm pretty sure they want to have their time to celebrate as well. But you know what? Let's have some time. Let's ask them a little bit of questions here. Going into this grand finals.
Absolutely. I mean, I was gonna ask originally how you guys are gonna celebrate since you're all separated, but I think I have a better question now. Do you guys think that you're going to maybe try and play in the winter tournament together? Because I think you guys have a really good chance, especially after seeing the coordination that you've been able to put together.
I mean, if our management allows us, I mean, if our heads, Sir Paolo, if our heads allow us, why not? Why not? We'd love to. We'd love to compete again.
Right. And I think you have to be unmuted as well to that other platform that we're using so that everyone can hear you. I think only Isabel is only heard you. No, Isabel, we heard you. We heard you, Isabel. You're good. You're good.
Oh, I didn't even know.
I think there you go. I think you'd want to ask the same question again so that the others can hear.
I think we'll leave that question. I'll ask the rest of them. I want to ask them the celebration question. I mean, you guys are, let's be real, okay? Today, you are Pokemon Unite Queens. How are all you going to celebrate your victory together?
How are we gonna spend our victory? Well, for starters, I really miss you girls. And somehow, even though we're all far from each other, I have no idea. I really thought we would struggle, but somehow, online communication somehow worked. I'm so... I've been shaking because sometimes when someone lags, we don't hear each other. And what's worse is when we start talking over each other, we can't understand them. But I feel like maybe once the cases lie down a bit, maybe we can all celebrate, go for a swim or something. Let's eat out, get dinner together. What do you say, girls? Let's go for it? Yeah, so probably when it's safe to go out again, we will see each other again soon. Love you, girls.
All right, yeah, and once again, girls, congratulations. We can't express this enough. You guys have been through rough roads, from the group stages, going into the grand finals, starting off with a 2-0 and ending with a 3-1. I don't think it could get any better. And really, just congratulations. Thank you once again for playing, and have your celebrations with yourselves.
Thank you so much.
Wow, JJ, it's been a heck of a weekend, not just today, but also last week as well, to see that these girls, they made it all the way from the group stage last week. They put on a heck of a show. And then, especially in the grand finals, I mean, we didn't get the 5 games, but we did see 3 games where Padayon prove to us that they are deserving of that champion title. I'm really looking forward to seeing if we're actually going to see these girls play again in any competitive setting, because I feel like give them a little bit of time to polish their teamwork, their skills. I actually think we're going to be in for a pretty strong Pokemon Unite team.
I think so too. Because like if if Yami Remote, if SteZie has been playing a lot, I'm pretty sure they've already joined in a little bit of some community tournaments here and there. I don't think Padayon here couldn't do the same thing. I think they have all the they have the power to do that, and they have the skills to do it as well. And for now, it's just really amazing matches. It's our girls won, so that's all that matters. I'm sorry. That wasn't professional of me. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Speaking of professional, do you want to go professional with a Pokemon Unite team? Because we are about to remind you that there is actually going to be a tournament coming up. If you didn't see in the earlier section of this broadcast, we have the Winter Tournament coming up. It's an official online tournament that's going to be happening at the 5th and 6th of February. So early Feb. Registrations are open, and it only opens until the 24th of January. If you want to play Pokemon Unite in a competitive setting, and of course there's going to be prizes involved, do enter, give it a shot. The game is so new. I encourage anyone that even just wants to try, give it a go, because competing, it's fun. I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Competing is fun.
Right, and it's really just going to be interesting matches. As we mentioned at the start of the day, this tournament is we're going to be seeing the best in Asia here. Players coming in from Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore. And of course, there's going to be more details onto the terms and conditions of the tournament. But yeah, it's really just exciting matches. We're already done with our AKB48 Pokemon Unite Invitationals. Once again, congratulations to MNL48. And for now, this is just the halfway of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021, as we still have more upcoming activities and shows for you to enjoy until the end of February. And you're going to be seeing more of Denali actually after this one, right?
Supposedly. Yeah, you might see a little bit more of me. I mean, we've got some more coming up later on in February, and of course in January. So do make sure to follow all of the action on Pokemon Battle Fest, our official website, where you can keep track of all of the action. It's super fun. Don't miss out. We've also got plenty of giveaways happening. So if you would like to enter into some of our giveaways, do check out the info page on the website for that as well. But JJ, it has been an absolute pleasure to cast Pokemon Unite with you. It's been so fun to have you as well. I mean, okay, just to anyone that doesn't know, this event is the first time I've ever met JJ, and I think we're going to be seeing more of each other in the future, dude.
Hopefully that's the case. I'd like to see you. I'd like to work with you more, but only time can tell, and we never know what time would bring us.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta let fate decide for you, because if it's fate, it's destiny, it's meant to happen. But to everyone else as well, to all of our beautiful viewers that tuned in, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing this broadcast to all of you. We've had fun. We hope you enjoyed the games as well. If you do want to enjoy some of the Pokemon Unite action, if you missed out on any of the matches, go back and watch some of the previous matchups. We had some very, very close games that are going to be leaving you on the edge of your seat. My name is Denali, he's JJ Kun, and we have been your casters. And of course, Contra, he was there as well, but he's now watching the stream with us. But that's going to be it for us, and hopefully we see you again in the future for some more Pokemon Unite. We'll see you, trainers.